Here's a fun fact for you. The 1967 Volkswagen Beetle is often called the people's car because of its affordability and popularity. It was one of the first cars to be mass-produced, and it became a symbol of the 1960s counterculture. Plus, with its rear engine design, it had a pretty unique way of handling the road compared to modern vehicles. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hurry up. The clock is ticking, and soon it'll be too late to make your choice. Don't miss out on the fun of watching these AI cars battle it out. Get your selection in now before it's all locked in. Oh wow! This is quite the unlikely matchup. No for Life, with the classic 1966 Lotus Cortina, a car known for its agility and racing pedigree, versus my trusty 1971 Myers Manx, which is more at home on sand dunes than a twisty rallycross track. Given the cars, I'd say the Lotus Cortina has the edge here because it was built with racing in mind. The Myers Manx is more of a beach cruiser, so unless it somehow morphs into a rocket ship, I'd put my chips on New for Life winning this one. But hey, with AI drivers, anything's possible, so I guess we'll see. Alright everyone, the race is on at Montmello with vintage street cars, and Amy is starting in pole position driving a fabulous 1951 Ferrari 212 Export. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Inge Kringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Pippi Langstrup is hanging on in third. The race is already shaping up to be interesting. Inge Kringleberry and Amy are still neck and neck for the lead. Gina Jones has just overtaken someone to climb into fourth place. Inge Kringleberry and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Your Instinct just sneaked into fifth place, inching closer to the front. Inge Kringleberry is now in first place. Amy and Hingle are still neck and neck for the top spot. Scott Dixon is closing in on New for Life, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Looks like Amy just snatched the lead. Maya is chipping away at Sophie's tail, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is leading in a classic Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. Looks like he's holding steady at the front, probably enjoying the vintage vibe while staying ahead of the pack. The vintage street cars are showing their age but still holding their own on this track. The mix of classic models seems to be creating some interesting overtaking opportunities and close battles. Amy is leading in her vintage Ferrari 212 Export, holding a comfortable first place. Looks like she's setting the pace with no signs of trouble so far. Scott Dixon is racing a vintage Tatra 2603 from 1967. Looks like he's struggling to keep up, currently in 9th place with no recorded fast lap. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 2nd place. Gina Jones is now 3rd. Maya is gaining on Your Instinct, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry just made a bold move to take the lead. Amy and Hingle are now nose to nose for 1st place. My Instinct is closing in on Gina Jones, shrinking the gap to just 1 second. Hingle McCringleberry is holding a slim lead over Amy for the top spot. New for Life is making a move and has just overtaken Sophie for 8th place. Sophie and New for Life are now nose to nose for 7th. Maya is holding steady in 4th place, just a few seconds behind the leaders. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Amy, trying to make a move for the top spot. Gina Jones is right behind Pippi, eyeing that 2nd place. The race is heating up at the front. Sophie's driving a 1967 Tatra 2603, known for its distinctive design and rear engine layout. Looks like Sophie is struggling a bit, currently in 7th place and quite a bit behind the leader. No for Life is cruising in a 1966 Lotus Cortina, a classic British beauty. They're currently in 7th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like they're struggling a bit with pace compared to others, especially with that slowest lap of over a minute and 9 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR from 1971. The car is known for its iconic design and strong performance in vintage racing. Hingle is currently in 8th place, but with a fastest lap of 1 minute and 7 seconds. They could be closing in on the leaders. Wow, Amy really outpaced everyone and took the top spot. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win! congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Well done. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. You get the vintage Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR, a real classic. Maya, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get the vintage Myers Manx. And Gina Jones, for the most overtakes, the vintage Ford Escort Mark on I is all yours. Great work everyone, this race was a blast. Alright guys, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you were procrastinating. Get those selections in before the clock runs out and watch your chosen AI racer hit the track. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. The Peugeot 205 Rally is known for its nimbleness and lightweight agility, perfect for twisting tracks like Highlands Short. On the other hand, the Subaru Legacy RS with its all-wheel drive and more powerful engine could have the edge in straight-line speed and stability. Given the track's sharp turns and tight corners, I might lean toward Sophie's Peugeot being the sneaky favorite, especially if the AI driver knows how to make the most of its handling. But if Pippi Subaru can capitalize on its power and maintain control, it could surprise us all and take the win. It's a close call, but I say Sophie's Peugeot might just edge it out in this race. What about you? Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race has kicked off at the Highlands Short Track, and right now Mahokawas is leading the pack in pole position, flying high in a classic 1989 Toyota Celica. It's a vintage showdown, so buckle up! Mahokawas has taken the lead right out of the gate. Abeta Bloke is holding strong in second place. Lotusos is hanging on in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Gina Jones just gained a spot and is now in fifth place. Hinga McCringleberry and Gina are still nose to nose for fifth. Sophie is also climbing, now in seventh. Apex Milkbag and Sophie are nose to nose for seventh place. Pippi Langstrom has gained one spot and is now ninth. Yaki Raman and Pippi Langstrom are fighting hard for ninth. Apex Milkbag is driving an Alfa Romeo 75 from 1986. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Yunus Gottlieb is holding firm at 16, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like a real race for that spot. Jonas Gottlieb's just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Mahokaos is right on their tail, and it looks like they're about to turn this into a real showdown for first place. Mahokaos takes the lead and is now in first place. Abeteblok is climbing up to second. Lotusos is also moving up and now sits in third. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Apex Milkbag is in 8th place with an Alfa Romeo 75 from 1986. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Gina Jones and Defizzers are nose to tail for 4th place. Frankenbuds just snuck past a couple of cars to sit in 11th. Scott Dixon is also climbing, now in 12th. Frankenbuds is driving a 1991 Honda Civic Si R2. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady with a decent lap time of 55.174 seconds. Looks like they're keeping it consistent so far. Frankenbuds is driving a 1991 Honda Civic Si R2. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding a steady pace with a fastest lap of 55.174 seconds. Not much drama so far. D6 is driving a 1989 Toyota Celica and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader, so they're holding a solid position but not quite close enough to challenge for the lead yet. Gina Jones is driving a 1983 Toyota E86. She's currently in 6th place, hanging right behind the top 5. Her lap time is solid but not quite enough to challenge the leaders yet. The Group N cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track favors those with better handling and acceleration. The Toyota Celicas are holding strong at the front, while the Alfa Romeos are sneaking in with quick laps. The Citroën and Peugeot are hanging in there too, showing that the track rewards a mix of agility and power. Lotusos is climbing up to 2nd place. Gina Jones is also moving up 2 spots to 3rd. D. Fitzerts and Gina are locked in a close fight for 3rd position. Congratulations to Mahokaos for winning the race at Highlands Short. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow! Mahokaos really showed everyone how it's done. Big congratulations to them on that victory. They definitely earned it with that sleek drive. And a huge shout out to Sovi for winning the bet race. They get to claim that classic 1985 Peugeot 205 Rally. I bet it's going to be a fun little beast to cruise around in. Gina Jones, you're the queen of overtakes today. That's quite the impressive feat. You get to claim the legendary 1983 Toyota E80 Hopefully you're ready for some serious drifting fun with that one. Sure thing. Did you know that the prototype's 1970 class was like the Wild West of racing? Cars were often built with so much creative freedom that manufacturers could push the boundaries of design and technology. It was the era where you could almost imagine a spaceship on wheels, racing at incredible speeds and looking totally futuristic. That's what makes it such a fascinating chapter in racing history. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Both cars are so close in age and design it's like choosing between vintage wine and aged whiskey. Gina's driving the Porsche 917K, which is known for its sleek design and reliability. Amy's in the Porsche 917 LH, which is a bit more racing-oriented with a lightweight feel. It's a tough call because the K tends to be more balanced, while the HI is all about speed and agility. I'd probably lean towards Gina. But honestly, it could go either way depending on how the AI handles the corners. Buckle up, this is going to be fun to watch. Hey Deplorable, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're still with us for the chaos on the racetrack. Get ready for some AI cars tearing up the asphalt? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Calabogie Stadium and leading the pack is Scott Dixon in a 1971 Ferrari 512M. Starting from pole position. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if these AI cars have some tricks up their sleeve. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to hold her position. Gabitha Minimac is making a move, climbing to 10th place. Stephen Brinkley is right behind, also up 3 spots to 11. Ronnie Rampage is not far behind, grabbing the 12th spot after overtaking 3 cars. The pack is tightening up. Toadette TV is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 14. Sovi is closing in on Ronnie Rampage, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Alagos just moved up 1 spot to 21st. Yogui Miracles is making a move, now in 5th place after overtaking 12 cars. Tangaduki TTV is also climbing fast, now in 7th after passing 11 cars. Indigo Pete is right behind, also up 11 spots, now in 8th. Things are heating up at the front. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hippie Langstrom is making a move, overtaking 7 cars to land in 7th. Ovidus is on a roll, overtaking 8 cars to settle in 8th place. Maya just moved up to 8th place. Georgi Miracles is closing in on Belthana Beast, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. Dude Smoke a Blunt and Anonymous Ninity 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 21st. Sofik is climbing nicely into the top 20. Dude Smoke Blunt is also making moves, inching closer to the top 22. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Dude Smoke Blunt are nose to nose for the 21st spot. Georgi Miracles is driving a Greenwood Corvette GTX from 1978. They're currently in 12th place with no valid lap time recorded, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up or maybe just having technical issues. Stephen Brinkley's car is a Group 5 Porsche 935/78, starting from the 14th position. They are currently in 12th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 12 seconds and 300. The race seems to be a bit of a climb for them. Gabby the Minimat climbs to 9th place. Stephen Brinkley also moves up to 10th. Ovidus and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Sovi is gaining on Ronaran Page, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Dude Smoky a Blunt is hot on Indigo Pete's tail, inching closer with every lap. Alog Host just nudged ahead of Anonymous Ninity 3 for 22nd place. Looks like that battle is heating up. Toadette TV is currently in 15th place with a time of 1:12.018, which is the fastest lap so far in the race. Looks like they're pushing hard and making some serious moves. The prototypes are dominating with faster lap times, especially the Porsche 917 LHS. The track seems to favor their design, giving them an edge over the Group 5 cars, which are generally slower. Sovi is gaining on Ronaran Page, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Dude Smoky a Blunt is climbing up 1 spot to 20. Arlo Coast is catching Indigo Pete, cutting the distance by 1.2 seconds. The prototype's 1970 cars are dominating the top spots with consistent lap times, showing the class's strength on this track. The Group 5 cars are mostly trailing behind, likely struggling with handling or speed on this circuit. The track favors the prototype's design and aerodynamics. Wow, looks like Nuvu for life just took the crown. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, new for life. You really pulled off the victory. Congratulations on that win. You must be feeling pretty proud right now. Great job out there. Now, for the lucky drivers who earned themselves some sweet rides. Hingle McCringleberry, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to claim that stunning 1971 Porsche 917 LH. That's a legendary car. And Gina Jones, you took the win in the bet race, so that gorgeous 1970 Porsche 1970K is all yours. Nice work, both of you. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked a car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost finished, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the action. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Joan Wolf is behind the wheel of a 1998 McLaren MP413, which is a classic and a real beast for that era. It's known for its sleek design and impressive performance on the track. On the other hand, Lockjump 7 is in a 1998 Tyrrell 026, which may not have the same legendary status, but is still a solid competitor. Considering the car choice, the McLaren probably has the edge with its more advanced aerodynamics and proven race track record. But hey, AI drivers are unpredictable, so don't count out the Tyrrell just yet. My bet is on DJ Lone Wolf sneaking ahead, but if Lockjaw 7's AI manages to pull off a surprise, it'll be quite the race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at a Capone Raceway, and leading the pack right now is Mirmudar in the 1998 Stewart S. FD02. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position. Mirmudar has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place. And right behind it's Maya in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Hippie Langstrom is charging through the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gina Jones is climbing steadily, moving into 6th place. New for Life and Sir Gamingiate are locked in a close fight for 10th place, neck and neck. Hingham McCringleberry is climbing up to 14th place. Imogen Tempus is advancing to 15th. Imogen Tess and Captain Canadian are nose-to-nose for 16th and 15th. Meanwhile, Amy and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining ground on Vagrant Hunter, closing the gap by over a second. Kulfo is climbing up to the 19th spot. Ingo McCringleberry is driving across a P01, They are currently in 15th place, and seem to be holding steady, not making any major moves or mistakes so far. Soviet Imogen Tempest are nose-to-nose for 16th place. Kufo just sneaked up one spot to 18th. Pippi Langstrom is in the 13th position driving a Sauber C17. Looks like she's making a move up from the back, trying to climb the ranks. Popcorn Slayer is driving an Arrows in 19, currently in the last place. Looks like their race is not going smoothly with the position at the back. Nufalife is driving a Jordan 198, starting in 9th place. Their race seems steady but not spectacular so far. Gina Jones and Dee Joan Wolf are nose-to-tail for 5th place. Lokjung 7 and Gina Jones are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Sauber C17 and has moved up from 13th to 8th place. Looks like she's making some good progress through the field. Kofo is driving a Ferrari F300, which is known for its speed and handling. They're currently in the 19th position, so not quite making the most of that Ferrari power, but at least they're not last. Nufalife is driving a Jordan 198 starting from the 9th position. They're currently in the 13th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a steady climb, but still a long way to go. Vagrant Enchanter is dropping like a stone to 20. Hingle the Kringleberry is climbing one spot to 13. Captain Canadian is also moving up one spot to 14. The Grand Enchanter is charging through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gina Jones is climbing steadily now in 5th place. Joan Wolf and Gina are nose to tail, fighting for that 5th spot. Lokjung 7 and Dejunolf are nose to nose for 6th place. Nufalife is chipping away at Amy's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Sophie is climbing up to 17th place, making a move. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the Sauber drivers and the McLaren, but the tight competition keeps the order shifting. Congratulations to Mamuda for winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to steer to victory. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Mamuda for taking the checkered flag. Great job out there, you really drove like a champ. Now, a big shout out to Amy for setting the fastest lap, which means you can claim that sleek 1998 McLaren MP 413. That car is a beauty, perfect for slicing through the competition. And Pippi Langstrom, you really caused havoc with those overtakes. You earned the 1998 Sauber C17, a classic that'll definitely turn heads on any racing circuit. Excellent effort from everyone today. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time to make it happen before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see your favorite wheels take on the track. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic matchup, isn't it? Both of these cars are from the 26th season, so it's really a battle of the little nuances. The Williams FW28 was known for its decent aerodynamics and solid handling, but it wasn't exactly the fastest car on the grid. The Honda R106, on the other hand, had some reliability issues, but could surprise you when it was feeling confident. Given the track is Riccardo Tormo, which tends to favor agility and good cornering, I'd say the Williams might have a slight edge because of its balanced chassis and downforce. But don't underestimate the Honda either. If it gets a good start and keeps things smooth, it could very well take the win. Honestly, I'm leaning towards Sovi in the Williams, but with these AI races, anything can happen. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Riccardo Tormo, and H2 Hova is on pole, cruising in a 26 Williams FW28 Tito TDI. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the others will catch up. H2 Hove has taken an early lead with Sovi right behind in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third, not letting the front runners get away just yet. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 6th place. Jarek Plays and Waldo are nose-to-nose for 8. Gina Jones is advancing to 11th. Jarek Plays and Waldo are neck and neck for 8th place. Gina Jones is inching up to 10th. Deplorable Apple and Gina Jones are fighting hard for that 10th spot. Jerk Plays just snuck into 8th place. Waldo and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for that spot. Deplorably Apple and Gina Jones are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 10th place. Gina Jones and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for that spot. New for Life and the Haddock Weirdo are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Mr. Wolf J just gained 1 spot to sit in 13th. Scott Dixon also moved up 1 position to 14th. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Renault R26, which was a strong contender back in 2006. Looks like they're holding on to 7th place, so not too shabby, but no major moves yet. Jerk Plays and Team Tanatia are neck and neck for 7th place. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Jared Plays is climbing up to 7th place. Maya and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 15. Looks like a little push might be needed to separate them. Maya is now in 15th place, climbing up 1 spot. Hot Bolognese and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 16. Looks like a close fight. Deplorably and Waldo are nose to tail for 9th place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. No for Life and Maya are battling hard for the same spot, tight as ever. Scott Dixon's Honda is struggling with pace, currently in the last half of the field. His fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so it looks like he's having a tough race. Thea Guerdo and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 11th place. Maya just slipped into 13th, inching closer to the pack. The track's tight corners and technical sections are making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is paying off. Hot Bolognese is driving a Toyota TF106B. They're currently in 17th place and seem to be struggling to find pace, with a lap time over a second slower than the leaders. The Critical Egg is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 12. Hot Bolognese is inching into 16. Wolf of Aco is stuck with the Spiker M16, which is not exactly a speed demon. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Mr. Wolf J is driving a Super Aguri S, a 06. They're currently in 15th place, just behind the top 10. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Waldo's driving the Spiker M16, which is a bit behind in pace. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the top 10, currently in 10th place. Not much action from him so far. Wow. H2 Hove took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Well done. Wow, H2 Hova did it. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove like a pro today. And a big shout out to Sovi for snagging the fastest lap. You earned that title. You can claim the 2006 Williams FW28, a classic piece of racing history. Maya, you also made the most overtakes, so you're up for the same car. Looks like the Williams FW28 is the hot item today. Great effort from everyone. Alright folks, time's almost up. Make your final picks and get ready to see these AI cars battle it out on the track. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your favorite. Alright, this is a classic showdown of vintage machinery. Mutubus Surtees TS9 is a sleek choice, known for its agility and lightweight design. Meanwhile, New for Life is behind a McLaren N19A, which has a bit more power under the hood and a reputation for straight-line speed. If the race is mainly about quick handling and cornering, I'd give a slight edge to Mutube with that nimble Surtees. But if there's a stretch where raw power can shine, New for Life might just pull ahead. My gut says the McLaren might take it, but I wouldn't count out the Surtees just yet. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro Track. Leading the pack right now is Mutube in the pole position, piloting a classic 1971 Surtees TS9. Let's see if that vintage speed can hold off the competition. Mutube has shot off the line into the lead. New for Life is holding second place, just ahead of the XOSCs in third. Looks like a close fight already. DAKK Beitzerogertz is climbing up to 7th place. Maya is also moving up to 7th, so they're about to have a close encounter. Sovi is right behind, ready to join the fun. Sovi is climbing to 7th place. Gina Jones is making her way to 15th. Both are on the move. Lootcraft and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 15th place. Athena CNC and Bubote are also locked in a close fight for 17th. DCKK Pete Rox is driving a Tyrrell 002, currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Alex Hasnobrain advances to 10th place. Athena CNC climbs to 17th place. Bubote and Athena CNC are nose to nose for 17th place. Apex Milkbag is currently in 14th place driving a Surtees TAS9. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Scott Dixon is making a move, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shikomaru is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Stephen Brinkley is also on the rise, moving up to 5th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Sovi is climbing up to 6th place. Amy is now in 8th. Pippi Langström is in 11th. X-Basic Switch is driving a Surtees TS9 and is in 20th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Mutube is holding the lead and looks confident. But New for Life is right behind, ready to pounce if there's a mistake. The race is tight. Hey Darth Blazer, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI car races. Ubote is driving a BRMP 160, a car known for its solid engineering and reliability. Their race looks like a typical mid-pack battle, hanging around the 17th spot, probably waiting for a chance to move up. Exosis is driving a Lotus 72C, a car known for its aerodynamic design and innovative features. Their race looks like it's just starting to heat up, currently in 4th place, but with plenty of room to move up. X-Basic Switch is on a roll, climbing 4 places now. Scott Dixon just nudged into 8. Jim Akshat has also gained 1 spot, now 11th. Gina Jones is racing a Lotus 72C, which is a classic car known for its aerodynamics and innovative design. She's currently in 15th place, just behind the leaders, but her lap time suggests she's not quite on pace today. Mutuba is leading and holding the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. DK Kapiterogs and New for Life are nose to tail for 2nd place. Maya just gained a spot to 6th. Sovi and Maya are locked in a close fight for 6th. Congratulations to Mood Tube on winning the race at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro. Looks like they really drove away with it. Well done. Wow, MooTube really pulled off an impressive win? Congratulations! Looks like all those late nights training the AI paid off. Now they can brag about being the fastest virtual driver around. Sure thing. Did you know that Botniaring in Finland is known for its really sharp turns and fast straights? It's like the roller coaster of racing circuits. But instead of thrills, you get the insane feeling of trying not to fly off into the gravel. The track is also famous for its chilly weather, which can turn even the fastest cars into slippery little ice skaters if the temperature drops. So, if you see cars sliding around today, now you know they're just trying to embrace that Finnish winter spirit. Alright folks, time's about to run out. Make your final picks now, or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI car will reign supreme. Well, this is quite the matchup, isn't it? Deplorably Apple in that 2020, Apollo Intensa Emozione, is definitely bringing some serious muscle to the track. That car is basically a supercar with a rocket strapped on it, so I'd say they've got the edge in speed and agility. On the other hand, Rummy Fizz 13 in a 1995 Porsche 911993 Carrera is a classic. It's more about finesse and handling, especially on a track like Botniaring. But in an AI race, where raw power often dominates, I'd probably put my chips on deplorable Apple. Although, don't count out the old-school charm of Rummy Fizz 13. It's going to be an interesting race to watch. Alright. The race is underway. Botniaring and Darth Blazer starting in the front. In a classic 1980 Volkswagen Golf GTI. This old-school hot hatch is ready to shake things up. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is leading the race, followed closely by Darth Blazer in second place, and deplorably Apple holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Deplorable Apple is now in second place, closing the gap. Amy and Rummy Fizz 13 are neck and neck for third. Looks like a real drag race there. Maya is on a roll, climbing to fifth place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is making a strong push, now in ninth after a similar move. Inga McCringleberry is also gaining ground, now in 10th, leaving some cars in the dust. New Mover Life just sneaked into third place. Maya is closing in on Rug 3 Boy Gaming Studios, chipping away at that lead by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrump is now in 5th. Sophie has moved into 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Scott Dixon is in a Porsche 911 GT3 RS, a car known for its sharp handling and racing pedigree. He's currently in the 10th place, so he's holding steady, but needs to pick up the pace to move up. Move for Life is climbing up to 2nd place. Gina Jones is now 7th. New for Life is closing in on the leader. Gina Jones is holding her ground. Darth Blazer is racing a vintage 1980 Volkswagen Golf GTI. They're currently in the lead, holding the first position. Looks like their classic rider's doing just fine in this race. Pippi Langstrump and I are nose to tail for 4th place. Kyroscope just gained a spot and is now in 10th. Rummy Fizz 13 and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 10th. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining ground and now sits in 4th place. Maya and Pippi are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 4th spot. The tight corners and technical sections seem to favor the modern street cars with better handling, giving Deplorable M, New for Life, an edge. The vintage and retro cars are struggling to keep up on the straights. Ingle McCringleberry just nudged ahead of Maya for 5th place. Looks like the race for 5th is heating up. Amy is gaining on New for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Looks like a battle is brewing. Gina Jones is also closing in on me, but I'm not worried yet. Deplorably Apple is leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Deplorably Apple is comfortably in the lead, looking unstoppable so far. Rummy Fist 13 is a bit behind, but with only 1 lap left, it's a tight race for the bet. Wow, Deplorably Apple took the win. Guess they finally decided to grace us with their presence at the front. Well done. Wow. Deplorably Apple really took the crown today. Congratulations on both the win and on the fastest lap. That's some serious driving skills. You definitely earned that 2020 Apollo Intensa Emozione. And congratulations again for winning the race. You're clearly on fire today. As for the other driver claiming a car, Hingle McCringleberry, you crushed it with the most overtakes. Impressive hustle. That Pagani Huayra BC is well deserved for your daring moves. Great job to everyone. This race was a wild ride. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to make a decision or forever hold your peace. Don't make me choose a clunker for you. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Tyrrell 026 from 1998 was known for its handling, but had its quirks. And it's pretty bold to choose it over the Prosta P01, which had some aerodynamic finesse. Since we're talking about Monaco vintage, the tight turns and small straights will make car agility a big factor. Considering the Prost's aerodynamic design and its performance in similar conditions, I might lean toward New for Life pulling ahead. But hey, Rowdy Zerolf might surprise us with some old-school charm and finesse around those corners. It's going to come down to who can better handle the tricky Monaco streets. My money's on New for Life for a close finish, but don't write off Rowdy Zerolf just yet. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Monaco Vintage, and look who's on pole. None other than Hingle McCringleberry in a classic 1998 Sauber C17. Let's see if the old school can outpace the new school. Its Therapair has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second place, not letting go just yet. Hingle McCringleberry is in third, trying to keep up with the frontrunners. Super Siggy just overtook someone to move into fifth place. Imbus Platinum is closing in on the top six. Gina Jones and In Body Notes are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Vargala Svet just nudged into the 11th place. Sovi and Vargala Svet still locked in a close fight for that spot. And Body Notes is creeping up to 13th. Imbus Platinum is now in 6th place, climbing one spot. Sovi has moved up to 11th place, also gaining one spot. Scott Dixon has advanced 2 spots to 12. Figureta Sport is now in 5th place after a bold move. Sovi is climbing fast into 7th. Vargala Svet is also making a move, now in 9th. The race is heating up. And Body Notes is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11. Gina Jones is also on the rise, grabbing 3 positions to 12. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 14th. Its Bumblebee is gaining on Sovi, closing the gap slightly. Vargala Svet is hot on its Bumblebee's tail now, cutting the distance by a good chunk. Its Therapair is leading the race in the 1998 Arrows and 1909. Their fastest lap is still a mystery, but they seem to be holding a comfortable lead so far. Scott Dixon is driving a Benetton B198. He's currently in the 13th place and seems to be stuck behind some slower cars. Looks like a tough race for him so far. Schrawn advances to 12th place. Squat Bender climbs to 16th place. New for Life is closing in on Dr. Monkey 13, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. They are locked in a fierce duel for 18th place. Figureta Sport is closing in on Maya fast just 1.9 seconds behind now. Rowdy Zerolf has climbed one spot to take the 13th position. Pippi Langstrump is on the move, jumping 2 spots to claim the 14th spot. It's Theriaper is holding a slim lead over Amy for the top spot. Tron is slicing through the field, now just a second behind in body notes. Zupersigi is on the rise, climbing 1 spot to pay team. Amy takes the lead, leaving the rest in her dust. Pippi Langstrump moves up to 13. Squatbender climbs to 14, still chasing shadows. Gigurate Sport is gaining faster. Maya and closing the gap to just a few seconds now. Dr. Monkey 13 is also making a move on Squatbender, inching closer with every lap. Amy is leading the race with a strong start, holding the first position in her Williams FW20. She's fastest on the track with a lap time of 1:15.507 and seems to be maintaining her pace well. Well, look at Amy, racing her way to victory at Monaco Vintage. Clearly, the race was just waiting for her to show up and take the crown. Well done. Wow, amazing job to Amy for taking the win. That was some serious driving right there. And congrats to New for Life for winning the bet race. Time to claim that classic 1998 Prosta P01. Pippi Langstrump, you really went all out with those overtakes, so you get to claim the 1998 Stewart SF02. Great effort from everyone. This race was a wild ride. Well, here's a fun fact about the Cadegua Cordo C track. It might be tiny, but it packs a punch with some surprisingly tricky corners that even seasoned racers would second guess. Makes you wonder how something so short can give the AI such a workout, right? Alright, everyone, move fast. The clock is ticking and your chance to pick the winning machine is slipping away. Don't miss out on the action. Choose your car now before time runs out. Well, with Starbucks behind the wheel of the vintage Connaught Type B, we're looking at a classic that's more about charm than speed. Meanwhile, Amy in the Ferrari 555 is One is bringing some serious race pedigree to the track. If this were a battle of sleek agility and raw horsepower, I'd probably put my money on Amy and that roaring Ferrari. But hey, sometimes history and a little vintage flair can surprise us. So, I'd lean towards Amy taking the lead. But don't be shocked if Starbucks pulls off an unexpected comeback. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Cadegua Cordo C, and Hingle McCringleberry is sitting pretty on pole in a 1955 Gordini T 32-2. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead. New for Life is right behind in second, and Scorched Log is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Exclusive Gox is making a move, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Alexia Likas Ornidate is also on the rise, grabbing 14th place with 3 overtakes. The 3-lane is gaining ground fast, moving up 5 spots to 15. Balsamic Vintuo 8083 is climbing to 2nd place. Scorched Log is now in 3rd. Two Peas and a Podcast is pushing into 4th. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th place. LXHXNatate is now in 14. Tangadaki DTV and Sovi are nose to nose for 22nd. Thomas Moran is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Pippi Langstrom and Thomas Moran are locked in a close fight for 6th. I am battling Scott Dixon for 9th place, and it's getting pretty intense. New for Life just overtook someone to take 4th place. Looks like the battle for 4th is heating up between Two Peas and a Podcast and New for Life Dakaya. Nishaman is climbing up to 10th. Maya is storming through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 13 cars. Starbucks is closing the gap on Edsauce 21, shaving off 14.2 seconds. Meat Kringleberry and Maya are nose to tail, battling fiercely for the lead. Meat Kringleberry and I are neck and neck for 1st place. No for Life is climbing up to 5th. Pippi Langstrom is making a move to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Thomas Moran just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Thomas Moran and Two Peas in the Podcast are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Buzz McVint 183 has moved up to second. Scorched Log is in third. The race is heating up. Thomas Moran just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Nouveau for life. And Thomas Moran is still nose to nose for that spot. LXEXEX and Mission Men are locked in a close fight for 9. Beth Raylene is on fire, climbing 9 places to second. Pippi Langstrumpf and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 8. Amy is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 13. Thomas Moran and Scorched Log are nose to tail for 4th place. Scott Dixon is creeping up to 7th. Mission Men is chipping away at Pippi Langstrumpf's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Thomas Moran is charging up to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Buzz McVint 183 is closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Move for Life just moved up 1 spot to 5th. New for Life is climbing to 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now 7th. Exclusive Gox is knocking on the top 10 door in 10th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place. Exhaust 21 is gaining on Feskies, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mission Man is driving a 1959 Aston Martin DB R 4250. They're currently in 10th place and have a decent lap time of 1 minute 32 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on that victory. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the victory, huh? Amazing job! Looks like they really drove their way to the top. Congrats on the win! And for Amy, congratulations on winning the betting race. You're now the proud owner of that gorgeous 1955 Ferrari 555 F1. Quite the classic to add to your collection. Well done, everyone! Sure thing. Did you know that the classic NASCAR racing cars were originally based on stock models that you could actually buy from dealerships? It's like taking a road trip and then suddenly realizing you're racing at full throttle on a track. Talk about a wild upgrade for a weekend drive. Hey there, Amundsen. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI car races. Glad you could join us again. Get ready for some high-speed adrenaline, and maybe a few unexpected crashes. Sit back and enjoy the show. Well, with both drivers being kind of mystery boxes right now, it's a real toss-up. The 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air is a classic, but without any intel on their skills or experience. It's almost like guessing who will win based on their lucky sock. Honestly, I'd say we might just have to wait and see which one manages to beat the other's expectations. It's probably going to come down to a mix of luck and who can handle that vintage beast better. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Bremgarten, and leading the pack is none other than Pippi Langstrump in a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Classics are definitely making a statement today. Sophie has taken an early lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second, and Pippi Langstrump is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gina Jones and Sophie are neck and neck for first place. Amy is climbing 2 spots to 4th. New for Life is advancing 1 spot to 7th. New for Life is on the move, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 5 cars. Maya is right behind, also up 5 spots into 3rd. Triad is catching up, moving up 5 positions into 4th. Katsuma Girl is on a tier, overtaking 13 cars to take the lead. Sophie and Kazuma Girl are nose to nose for first place. Inguna Kringleberry is climbing 2 spots to sit in the top 20. Zoe and Kilmer Girl are neck and neck for the lead. Story Forge is chopping down the gap to Pippi Langstrump by almost 2 seconds. Maya is in 9th place driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Looks like she's holding her own among the classic cars, but she's got some work to do to catch the leaders. Sophie is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just like everyone else. They're currently in 2nd place, holding on to that spot with a solid lead over the 3rd place. Looks like they're keeping it steady and not making any dramatic moves so far. Akanoni is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just like everyone else. Looks like they're hanging out at the back of the pack, probably saving some fuel or just enjoying the scenery. Pippi Langstrump is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, starting from the pole position. Looks like they're holding the lead so far, but with this race, anything can happen. Sophie takes the lead at the front, and Wolf for Life follows closely behind in 2nd. And look at Maya climbing up to 3rd. Things are heating up. Triad climbs to 4th place. Amin San advances to 5th. Aerotech moves into 6th. The race is heating up. The classic NASCAR cars are pretty evenly matched on Bremgarten, but the tight track favors those with better handling and overtaking skills, which might explain Sophie leading, and others close behind. Akinone is driving a classic Chevrolet Bel Air, starting from the 18th position. Looks like they're making some progress but still have a long way to go to reach the front. Sophie is leading the race in a classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, and it looks like they're comfortably ahead with the fastest car so far. Their race seems smooth and under control. Aerotech is driving a classic Chevrolet Bel Air and currently sits in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the moves to climb higher. Aerotech is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up one spot to take 18th place. Deplorable is in 19th place, so they're hanging out near the back. Their car is a classic Chevrolet Bel Air, just like everyone else. Looks like they're struggling to move up. But hey, there's still plenty of race left. Wow, Sophie really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest thing on wheels today. Well done. Wow, Sophie really pulled it off. Congrats to them on the win. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for securing the fastest lap. Great job. He can now claim the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, a real classic. Hope he's ready to take that beauty home. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now before the cars get set and the engines start roaring. Don't miss your chance to pick the car that's going to leave everyone in the dust. Alright, this is quite the throwback versus somewhat modern matchup. The 1985 Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2 is a legendary rally car known for its agility and power, especially on tight rally stages. It's a classic choice that's all about handling and explosive acceleration. On the other hand, Zufix's Toyota Celica from 1996 offers a bit more stability and might have a slight edge on longer high-speed sections, but probably won't match the 16's rally heritage. Given the track is Blackwood Rallycross, which is a mix of tight corners and fast straights, I'd say that the Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2 might just have the edge because of its rally-specific design and lighter weight. But hey, check back in a few minutes, the AI might surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Blackwood Rallycross, and starting in first place is Beats with K in a classic 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral. Let's see if that old legend can hold its ground. Sylvia shot off the line to take the lead. Beats with Kev is holding strong in second place. Pippi Langstrup is hanging in there in third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Maya is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. No for Life is climbing steadily, moving up 3 spots to 20. Beats with Kev is holding the lead, just gained 1 position to stay in first. Hey Naibe, glad to see you back in the chat. We've got some crazy AI cars racing, so get comfortable and enjoy the show. Aussie Atuyo 10 and 2 is on a roll, climbing to 12th place after passing 4 cars. Figurata Sport is making moves, now in 20th after overtaking 3. Sovi is closing in on Beats with Kev, shrinking the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sovi and Beats with Kev are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in the lead. Zoe and Pippi are nose to nose for first place. Autumn Thunderbird has gained 1 spot and is now in third. Beats with Kev is closing in fast on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. Evolution 954 has climbed to 4th place, making a nice move up. Deplorable Apple is also advancing, now in 6th, inching closer to the top. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. Deplorable Apple just overtook someone to take 5th place. Deplorable Apple and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for 4th. Amy is still stuck at 17, probably wishing she was anywhere else. Evolution 954 is dropping like a stone to 11. Shalesy is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 18. Double is sliding back 6 positions to 20. Gina Jones is really having a rough time, dropping 6 positions to 19. Deplorable Apple is making a move up to 5th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the front. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing fast into 2nd place. Mission Man is also making moves into 3rd. Immobius is gaining ground and now in 4th, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Indigo Page is climbing up to 9th place. New for Life is moving up to 11th place. Buckybird climbs to 9th place. New for Life is cutting down the distance to Indigo Pit by a second and a half. Waffling Gutters is chipping away at Scott Dixon's lead by 2 seconds. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just took the victory? Guess even the wildest adventurers can outrun the competition. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just took the victory. Well deserved, I must say. They definitely earned that win with some impressive driving. And congratulations to Nabu for Life for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1984 Ford RS200 from Group B. Looks like you're in for some serious speed with that one. Sure. Did you know the 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix was known for its sleek design and sporty look? But it also featured a relatively modest engine by today's standards. It's like showing up to a race with a really nice hat. Looks great, but doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the race. Well, considering Sovi has raced a whole lot more, and actually has some wins under their belt, I'd say they've got the edge in experience and confidence. Scott Dixon's got less races and no wins yet. So unless there's a surprise in the making, Sovi probably has the upper hand here. Ready to see if Scott can surprise us? Or if Sovi continues their winning ways? Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at the Autodromo Miguel y Abed. Sovi is starting in first place, driving a classic 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix in the NASCAR 1980 class. Looks like a nostalgic showdown is about to begin. Sovi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place, and Steer Like Halo's hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Vaco Grande is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place. Gamerboss 72 is also making moves, now in 12th. Spear Like Hale and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like a good fight. Josh Biosh is on a roll, climbing from 28th to 25th. Lil Sprout is making steady progress to 12th. Naho Chaos is also moving up to 13th. Lil Sprout and Liu are nose to tail for 11th place. Bean Streams has gained 1 spot and is now in 17. Amy and Bean Streams are also fighting for 17. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Gina Jones is now in 22nd. Josh Biosh has inched up to 24th. Amy is closing in on the top 15. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take 15th place. Emerald Tick 3988 and Hingle are locked in a close fight for that same position. Gina Jones and Pumpkin Flurry are also neck and neck for 21st. Equinox Duo just overtook someone to climb to 27th place. Asheron 92 and Equinox 2 are nose to nose for 27. Naiba is inching up to 29th. Story Forge is climbing to 6th place. Emerald Tick 3988 is now 15. Asheron 92 has moved up to 27th. The track's tight corners and limited overtaking spots are keeping the top positions close. No one's really pulling away yet. Ario Neonai 192 just slipped past someone to take 26th place. Maya and Archer 192 are neck and neck for 26th. Xomagirl is inching forward to 29th. Scott Dixon is in 2nd place, driving a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix. He's got the 2nd fastest lap so far. So he's pushing hard but still trailing Sovi. Looks like he's trying to catch up but hasn't quite closed the gap yet. Naive is in the last place with a time of 1:38.377. Their car is a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix, just like everyone else. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Super Siggy is climbing to 4th place. New for Life is advancing to 6th. New for Life and SS Devon Games are locked in a close fight for 5th. Story Forge is climbing up to 6th place. Akuro 92 and Josh Biosh are locked in a close fight for 25th. Story Forge is climbing up 1 spot to 5th place. S. Davin Games and Story Forge are nose to nose for 5th. Zirkaminate and Bacho Grande are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wow, Sovi just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Well done. Wow, Sovi, you really pulled off a victory there. Congrats on winning the race. you'll be the proud owner of that classic 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix. Scott Dixon, great job on snagging the fastest lap. You're now in the running to claim that vintage car too. Looks like someone might be cruising in style soon. Keep those engines warm and stay tuned for more thrillers ahead. Alright everyone, you better hurry if you want to pick your favorite car. The clock is ticking, and soon these AI racers are going to be unleashed without your picks. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Sure! The 1968 Alfa Romeo T33 2 Longtail was designed not just for speed but also to look incredibly sleek and aerodynamic. Fun fact is that its long tail was crafted to improve high-speed stability on the track, making it a real beauty with brains behind the design. Plus, only a handful were made, so owning one is like having a rare piece of racing history. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Lola T70 Mark I from 1965 is a real beauty, known for its raw power and agility back in the day. But then, we've got the 1969 Porsche 9082 Spyder, which is basically the Porsche of the racing world's sleek and efficient sibling. If I had to put money on it, I'd say the Porsche has a slight edge because of its aerodynamic design and superior engineering for that era. But the Lola's got that vintage charm and might just surprise us with a burst of power. Honestly, it's a close call, and I'd say either driver could take it. But I'm leaning towards Sophie and the Porsche just because of the technical edge. Still, don't count out Esley and that classic Lola. It's got attitude, and sometimes attitude wins races. Alright folks, the race is heating up at Banfray Yard. Gina Jones is starting out in the lead, driving a classic 1967 Ferrari 330 P4. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position or if the other cars will catch up. Gina Jones has taken an early lead. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second, and I'm holding on to third for now. The race is heating up already. Maya is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Sophie has climbed to 12th, but Exley is right on her tail in that battle for 12th. It's their Apper is just holding off the Critica leg by a hair. Zugstakat and Ogswolfi are locked in a close fight for the 23rd spot. Its Theraper is climbing fast into the top 15. Wolf of Echo and its Theraper are nose to nose for that same spot. Shoto Todoroki 39 is inching closer to the 20s. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Ogoslofi are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 5th place. Wolf of Echo is now in 15. Blaming Buddha and La Croissant, 1980 are nose to nose for 18. Black Numera is holding on to that 6th place but barely. New for Life is pushing hard to overtake. Scott Dixon and James Nisk are swapping positions every lap. Looks like a game of musical chairs. Blaming Buddha and La Croissant, 1980 are neck and neck at 18th, probably exchanging friendly jabs along the way. Maya has just taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to sit in 1st place. Black Numera is climbing up to 6th place, also gaining 1 spot. Blaming Buddha is making a move, now in 18th place after a 1-position jump. Aisley and Sovi are nose to tail for 12th place. The Critica Leg and its Sarah Aper are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Scott Dixon and James Nisk are nose to tail for 8th place. Aisley just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. The Critica Leg also moved up 1 spot, now in 16th. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a 1966 Lola T70 Mark Oni Chevrolet, currently in 3rd place. The car is known for its sleek design and powerful V8 engine. Looks like he's holding his position well so far. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. New for Life is gaining on Black Numera, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. The fight for 6th place between New for Life and Black Numera is getting pretty close. Amy just sneaked into 3rd place. Looks like she's got some tricks up her sleeve. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th. Hemmet Media and Blaming Buddha are still neck and neck for 18. This race is heating up. Black Numera is climbing to 5th place. Superstarcat is gaining on Aussie 22, closing the gap by over a second. Reiko Harugi and Og Slofi are locked in a close fight for 26th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 5th place. Scott Dixon is narrowing the gap on Platinumera by over 2 seconds. Dixon and Platinumera are battling closely for 6th place. Scott Dixon climbs to 6th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrup are nose to nose for 5th. Tyler advances to 10th place. Superstarcat advances to 21st place. Reiko Harugi climbs to 26th. Oxlofe and Reiko Harugi are nose to tail for 26th. Deplorably Apple just climbed to 10th place. Deplorably Apple and James Nisk are nose to nose for 9th. Its Thera pair is chipping away at the Critica Leg, closing the gap by over a second. Deplorably Apple is climbing to 9th place. Zurich Gaming Gate is closing the gap on Sovi by 1.2 seconds. Popcorn Slayer is making a move to 27th. The prototype's 1960 cars are dominating with the top 3 spots and fast lap times. The vintage ultralights are struggling to keep up, likely due to less power and grip on this track. The track favors the heavier prototypes with better handling and speed. Sylvie is climbing up to 12th place. Its Therapur is inching closer to 16th place. The Critica Leg and its Therapur are locked in a close fight for that sweet 16 spot. Well, look at that, Maya just took the crown. Clearly, they're the one to beat. Well done. Congratulations, Maya. You really showed those cars who's boss. Great job winning the race. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. You can claim the 1966 Lola T70 Mark Ani Chevrolet, a true classic from the prototypes of 1960. Scott Dixon, your skill at overtaking was impressive. You also get to claim the same awesome vintage car. Well done to both of you. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1968 Lola T190 might have the edge. It's got that classic mid-60s racing charm, combined with enough design finesse to handle a tricky circuit like Sebring. The others are pretty solid contenders too, but the Lola's balanced combo of power and agility might just give it a slight advantage. The Crossel and Eagle are interesting choices, but they're probably more suited for sprints, and less for longer, demanding tracks like Sebring. Oh wow, talk about a blast from the past. Both these cars are pretty legendary in their own right, but the Crossel 15F has a reputation for being a bit more agile and responsive, especially on a track like Sebring known for its mix of high-speed corners and tricky turns. Gina's Lola T190 is a classic as well, but it's a little more traditional, and might struggle a tad with the modern demands of Sebring's circuit. Given those points, I'd say Scott Dixon's experience with a car that's known for handling and maneuverability could give him the edge. Still, with classic cars like these, anything can happen, especially if something unexpected pops up on the track. But if I had to pick, I'd give a slight nod to Scott and the Crossel. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Sebring with Wolf of Aco on pole in a classic 1968 Crossel 15F. This should be interesting to watch as the old-school machine tries to hold its ground against modern rivals. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Wolf of Echo in second place, and Hingle McCringleberry rounding out the top 3. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Okinabaka is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 16. Wolf of Ako is holding strong at the front, now in first. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind, moving up 1 to second. No Life just sneaked into second place. Yaki Ramen is now in fourth. Vargalas Fed climbs to fifth. Okinabaka is on the rise, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Red Panda Manatee 4 is also making moves, now in 14th after passing 3 cars. Naibe is on a tier, jumping 5 spots to 17. The race is heating up. EXO-SS is really pushing hard, closing the gap to Maya by over a second and a half. Pippi Langstrom just sneaked into the top 12, climbing 1 spot. Amy is gaining ground on Scott Dixon, chopping nearly 4 seconds off that distance. Lithocop and Vargalas Fit are nose to tail for 5th place. Deplorably Apple just gained a spot and is now in 18th. Gravy Graves and Deplorable Apple are fighting hard for 18th. Emerald Tick 398 and Miserable Starks are neck and neck for 7th place. Wildry Eno just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Emerald Tick 398 just overtook someone to take 7th place. Emerald Tick 398 and Lithocarp are nose to nose for 6th. Naibe is climbing up to 16th. Mermuda is climbing 1 spot to take the 19th position. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 21st. Amy is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Yaki Ramen is climbing fast into 3rd place. Vargalas Svet is also making moves into 4th. Lithocarp is catching up, now in 5th. Gina Jones is driving a 1968 Lola T 190. She's currently in 21st place, so it looks like she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Nenzerup Starks is in 8th place driving a 1969 Legrand Mark 11. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Emerald Tick 398 is trying to hold off Hingle McCringleberry for 6th place. Okinabaka and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 11th. Congratulations, Wolf of Eco. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest in the pack. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Wolf of Eco really dominated that race. Huge congratulations to them for taking the win. They definitely earned it today. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for winning the bet race. Scott, you can now claim the vintage 1968 Crossel 15F Formula 5000. That's quite the prize. Looks like someone is going home with a cool collector's item. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Group 3 racing cars is that they are kind of like the sporty cousins of the racing world's family. They're designed to look sleek and perform well, often sporting aggressive aerodynamics and powerful engines. It's like watching a fashion show for cars where speed is the real runway walk. They might not always be the top dogs in the big leagues, but they sure make the race a lot more stylish. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Better pick your favorite car before the time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Amy's driving a classic Lancia Stratos HF from 1977, a car known for its agility and sharp handling, especially on tighter corners. Scott Dixon's in a 1965 Ford Mustang GT, which has more raw power and a bit more muscle, but might struggle a little with the finesse needed on a tricky course like Mazda Clos. Considering the track and the cars, I'd say Amy might have the edge in maneuverability, but Scott's Mustang could make up some ground with its straight-line speed. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd lean slightly toward Amy, mostly because her car is more nimble and suited to racing on a curvy track. But hey, with racing, surprises are always around the corner. Alright everyone, Gina Jones is at the front in her classic 1973 Alpine 1810-1800s, starting on pole at the Mazda Clos track. Let's see if her vintage ride can hold off the challengers or if the newer cars will chase her down. Gina Jones is leading the race. Hingle McCringleberry is in second place, and Sylvie is holding on to third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Nah, Move for Life is climbing up to 7th place. Spear Like Hail and Move for Life are nose to nose for that spot. Pace CR is sneaking into the top 10. Pace CR is climbing up to 8th place. Scorched Log and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for 15. Girl of Diamond is advancing to 17th. Girl of Diamond and Scorched Log are fighting for 16th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 5th place. New for Life has also gained a position and is now in 6th. Amy and New for Life are nose to nose for 6th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Gishinch is climbing up to 12th place. Lee Russell is now in the top 21. New for Life is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over a second. Official Classy Live is sneaking up on me, cutting the distance by almost 3 seconds. Looks like Official Classy Live and I are about to have a serious showdown for 10th place. Fishing is climbing up to 11th place. Ren Kaori is also moving up to 13th place. Yasnin 196 and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for 13th place. Scorched Log is running a 1965 Alfa Romeo G. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying out of trouble. Botka Moning is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT. A 2000 is currently in the 14th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Botka Moning advances to 14th place. Scorched Log also climbs to 16th place. The fight for 15th place between Scorched Log and Yasnin 196 is heating up, with both racers neck and neck. Girl of Diamond just moved up one spot to 16. Girl of Diamond and Yasnin 196 are nose to tail for 15. Hippie is holding the pace with the fastest lap, but is stuck in 4th, probably waiting for the right moment to make a move. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Schoolbus Rustevi and Scorched Log are locked in a fierce fight for the 17th place. Botka Moning just moved up one spot to take 13th place. Ren Kaori and Botka Moning are nose to nose for 13. Lirizel and Schoolbus Rustevi are locked in a close fight for 18. New for Life is climbing up to 5th place. Botka Moning just moved into 12th. Ren Kaori is now in 13th. New for Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrom and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ishink is catching up to me, shrinking the distance by 1.7 seconds. Ren Kaori has moved up one spot to take 12th place. Gina Jones is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily into 1st place. Pippi Langstrom is also making moves, jumping 2 spots to take 2nd. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 5th place. Fishings is making a move, climbing to 10th. Girl of Diamond climbs to 15th place. Scorched Log advances to 16th place. Le Roussel moves up to 17th place. Le Roussel and Scorched Log are nose to nose in a tight fight for 16. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by just over a second. New for Life is climbing to 3rd place. Le Roussel is making a move, now in 16th. New for Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrom and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ishint is also closing in on me and reducing the gap by 1 second. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Clearly, they're the fastest in the game. Well done. Wow, what a race! Huge congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the win. Clearly, they knew how to handle those twists and turns with style. Well done. Now, for everyone else, it's your lucky day because you can claim some pretty sweet rides. Pippi Langstrom, you've roared through the track the fastest, so you get the 1977 Lancia Stratos HF. That's a classic, and it's all yours now. Scott Dixon, you proved your dominance by winning the bet race. Enjoy the 1965 Ford Mustang GT, a true muscle car legend, and I hope you treat it well. And new for life, you overachiever. You've overtaken the most cars out there. The 1973 Holden Winaro is coming your way. Now go enjoy those bragging rights. Great race, everybody! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability because the twists and turns in the reverse layout are quite challenging. Speed is important too. But if the car can't stick to the curves without sliding off, it's going to be hard to stay competitive. Acceleration matters when you're straightening out after a corner, but overall, precise control will make or break your race here. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. Waldo's Ferrari 250 Testarossa is a classic, known for its speed and agility back in the day. The Dreamkeepers, Maserati 300S is also a beauty and has a bit of that racing pedigree. Given the cars and the track, I'd say luck and handling will be key here. But if I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards Waldo in the Ferrari. It's a bit more nimble and might handle the twists and turns of Apricot Hill a tad better. Still, don't count out the Maserati's raw power. It's going to be an interesting race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Apricot Hill Reverse, and look at that. Basenitsart Wu is on pole with a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage top. Classic car, classic driver. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Designees of the race. Lord Buttrell is right behind in second, and Move for Life is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Sylvie is storming through the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gabitha Minimac is climbing fast, now in 2nd place. Lord Buttrell and New for Life are nose to tail, fighting for 3rd. New for Life and Gabby Theminimek are nose to tail for second place. Sovi just bumped up to 7th and is chasing down the pack. Sylvie and Yakiramen are locked in a close fight for 6th. Lord Butril is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Sovi has climbed to 5th, making a nice move. Blackbeard is up to 7th, keeping the momentum. Cap Holster is charging through the field, now in 21st place after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langström is also making moves, climbing 4 spots to 24th. Waldo is inching forward, up 1 place to 7th. Waldo and Yaki Ramen are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Waldo advances to 6th place. Daydream Keeper is closing in on Blackbeard, cutting the gap by over a 2nd and a 3rd. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. New for Life is trimming the gap to Lord Buttrell by over a 2nd. Lisa Shibi climbs 1 spot to 10th place. Zombush 86 and Liza Shibi are nose to nose for 10th. Yaki Ramen and Waldo are neck and neck for 6th place. Billy and Zombush 86 are trading paint for 11th. Amy and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 16th. The Dreamkeeper is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. Billy is also moving up 1 spot to 11th. Amy and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 16th. Maya is closing in on TPPA rapidly, cutting the gap by 12.7 seconds. Zombush 86 and Village are locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Sunboard Boy is climbing up the ranks, moving into 13th. Uncanny Buddy and Sunboard Boy are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Amy just gained a position to move into 16th. She's now chasing down Ingle McCringleberry for 15th, and they're practically glued together. Lisa Shibi just nudged into 9th place. Blackbeard and Liza Shibi are nose to nose for 9th. Uncanny Buddy is climbing up to 13th. Waldo is driving a 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa.T. They're currently in 8th place, so not too shabby but definitely not leading the pack. Looks like a steady race for them. Lord Buttrell just sneaked into 2nd place. Lisa Shibi and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for 8th. Billy is climbing up to 10th. Move or Life is gaining on Gabby Theminimek, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Sovi and Move for Life are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Blackbeard and Bililj are nose to tail for 10th place. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 26th. Bugote and Strutting Jarl are fighting for 26th. TPKA just overtook Pippi Langström to move into 24th place. They're really neck and neck in this fight for that spot. One Kuni buddy advances one spot to take 11th place. Sunboard boy moves up one spot to reach 13th. Amy and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 16th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 24th place. Bubote is catching up to 26th. I am closing in on strutting Jarl, the gap shrinking by 1.3 seconds. Wow! Base Nizart Wu just took the victory at Apricot Hill Racing Complex Reverse. Clearly, they're the master of the reverse track. Well done. Wow! Lord Butril takes the crown again. Congratulations on that impressive win. Always fun to see you dominate the track. And Sovi, you earned yourself a shiny 1955 Maserati 300S for pulling off the most overtakes. Looks like your racing skills are paying off in style. Sure. Did you know that the F1 cars from 1996 were pretty much the last of the V12s before the turbocharged era fully took over? They made some of the most iconic engine sounds in racing history, and you could actually tell a car apart just by its roar. So in a way, 1996 was like the swan song of that glorious, ear-pleasing engine era. Alright folks, only a few moments left to pick your dream car. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace until the next race. Don't miss out on the chance to see some epic AI action. Oh wow, this is like a vintage battle royale. The Jordan 196 versus the Benetton Beanie 196, both from 1996. So we're talking about some classic F1 machines. The Jordan is known for its agility and somewhat unpredictable handling, while the Benetton has that raw power with a slightly more stable demeanor. Now, on Ibisu West, track layout and driving style will definitely shake things up. I'd say Hingle McCringleberry and the Jordan might have a slight edge on finesse and acceleration out of corners, but No for Life in the Benetton could dominate the straights with that power, if the AI manages to keep it smooth. Honestly, I'd bet on the Benetton just because it's got a bit more muscle behind it, but don't count out the Jordan. It's a classic after all. This is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Ibisu West, and Gina Jones is sitting on pole, rocking the 1996 footwork, FS17. Looks like she's got a good shot to lead early, but let's see if she can hold it. Gina Jones has shot off the line to take the lead. Alan 656 is holding strong in second place. Amy is right behind in third, ready to make a move. Alan 656 is holding on to the lead with Gina Jones right behind. Catgirl TM and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 11. Matthewsaurus Rex is just ahead of Catgirl TM in 12. Amy just gained a spot to second place. Looks like she's on the move. Sophie is climbing to 7th. Catgirl TM is inching closer to the top 10. Catgirl TM is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sophie is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. New for Life and I are locked in a tight battle for 9th place, so stay tuned. Scott Dixon is now in 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved into 5th. Pippi Langstrom has climbed to 12th. Gina Jones is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's in control, but with only 3 laps to go, anything can happen. Hingle is holding a solid 6th, but Move for Life is just behind in 7th. Still plenty of time for a move, but Hingle might want to pick up the pace if he wants to stay ahead. Maya is currently in 9th place with her Ligia JS43. Her fastest lap is still listed as invalid, so she's probably just cruising around. Looks like she's not making much progress but staying out of trouble. Hingle is holding a slight edge over New for Life, but with only 2 laps left, anything can happen. Looks like Hingle might just squeeze out a win unless New for Life pulls a surprise move. Maya is currently in 9th place with the Ligier JS43. Fastest lap is just under 52.5 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to catch the cars ahead. Lynn Luck is driving a 40 FG01B and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be holding steady but not pushing for the win. Gina Jones is leading in her footwork F17, which is holding strong at the front. Her fastest lap is a solid 50.766 seconds. Looks like she's maintaining a good pace and has a comfortable lead. Sylvie's driving at Tyrrell 024, which is holding 8th place. The car's fastest lap is a solid 51.083 seconds. Looks like Sophie is keeping it steady but not quite challenging for the top spots. Lindy Lack is driving a 40FG01B, starting in 4th place. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're holding steady but not pushing for the win. Catgirl TM is climbing to 7th place. Maya is now 8th. New for Life has moved into 9th. The race is heating up. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place, closing the gap. Ingle McCringleberry has moved into 4th, just behind. Wow, Gina Jones just took the win. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Gina Jones takes the win. Congratulations. That was an incredible race and you really earned it. Well done. Now, for those claiming cars, Amy, you got the fastest lap, so you can claim the 1996 Williams FW18. Nice pick. And Hingle McCringleberry, since you won the bet race, you get to claim the 1996 Jordan 96. Great job to both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Circuit de Pau is known for its tight corners and narrow streets, so a car that can navigate sharp turns with precision and quick response will have the upper hand. Braking capability is also crucial because of the numerous hairpins and chicanes. Top speed isn't as important here because the track demands finesse over raw power. Though, a car that can stick to the road and react instantly to the twists and turns is what I'd be keeping my eye on. Hey everyone! Time's running out on choosing your cars. Make sure to make your pick before the buzzer, or you might end up with the least exciting one. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow! Two classic beauties ready to battle it out on Circuit de Pau. The Lamborghini Jalpa is a bit of a wild card with its V8 engine, so it might have some surprising speed. On the other hand, the Porsche 911C is renowned for its handling and precision, which can be a game changer on a twisty track like this. Honestly, if I had to place a bet, I'd say the Porsche might have the edge given the track layout. But don't underestimate that Lamborghini's raw power. It's going to be a close race, and I can't wait to see which one outsmarts the other. Alright folks, we're kickstarting this race at the historic Circuit de Pau with Hingle McCringleberry on pole. He's behind the wheel of a 1985 Lancia Delta S4 Stradale, a true beast from the 80 street car class. Let's see if that turbocharged legend can hold the lead against these modern rivals. Hingle McCringleberry has shot to the front, holding the lead. Official Classy Live is right behind in second, and Move for Life is currently in third, trying to keep up. Pumpkin O'Flurry is climbing to fifth place. Maya has moved up to seventh. Maya and Sovi are nose to tail for sixth. Pumpkin O'Flurry is driving a 1984 Renault 5 Turbo, known for its agility and turbo-charged punch. They're currently in fifth place, making a solid move up from sixth. Looks like they're pushing hard to climb even higher. Maya is closing in on the races ahead, gaining ground. Pumpkin O'Flurry is climbing to fourth place, making a nice move. Official Classy Live is narrowing the gap to Hingle McCringleberry, so keep an eye on that chase. Pumpkin O'Flurry is gaining on Move for Life and closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Starbucks is catching up to Dr. Felix and narrowing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amy is now just a car length behind Sophie Tyson. Looks like the chase is heating up. Scott Dixon is really closing the gap on Sovi now. Looks like a tight battle for 8th place coming up. Amy just moved up one spot to 7th. Gina Jones just bumped up to 4th place. Amy is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is climbing to 10th. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over 1.5 seconds. Dr. Felix is hot on Thomas Moran's tail, closing in by over 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1983 Porsche 911 SC. They're currently in the 13th place, trying to catch up, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Mr. Wolf J is in 10th, not too far behind the top contenders. Hippie is in the 13th spot, so he's got some ground to make up. Looks like a close fight for the final lap. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th place. Sovie and Dixon are nose to tail for that spot. Thomas Moran is chipping away at Renault T4's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Thomas Moran is climbing up to 11th place. Pippi Langstrup is catching Drew Falls fast, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Nufa Life is gaining on official class alive, closing the gap by 140 seconds. They are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up to 9th place, moving up one spot. Mr. Wolf J is gaining ground on Scott Dixon, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are nose to tail in this tight fight for 8th place. Scott Dixon's car is a 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo. He's currently in 8th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. His fastest lap is over 6 seconds slower than the front runners, so it looks like he's struggling to keep up. Mr. Wolf J is holding a decent position but needs to watch that Lamborghini behind him. Pippi is way off the pace, probably just trying to finish without embarrassing herself. Maya is right behind Pumpkin of Glory now, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Thomas Moran has climbed one spot to 10th place. Renault T4 is gaining on Sovie, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is leading in a 1985 Lancia Delta S4 Stradale. The car is known for its rally heritage and turbocharged power. Looks like they're holding a solid lead so far. Then Woofer Life is climbing to 3rd place. Pumpkin of Glory is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is moving up to 8th place. Maya is driving a 1978 BMW M1 and is currently in 8th place. Her fastest lap is a 1:50.108. Looks like she's trying to catch up but still has some ground to make up. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to them for an awesome race. Looks like they deserved it. And Gina Jones, you snagged the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. You're now the proud owner of a classic 1986 BMW M3 E30. Retro street cars are always a good choice. Well done! Here's a fun fact about the 1985 Ferrari 308 GTS. It was one of the first Ferraris to feature a removable targa top, which means you could enjoy the sun while cruising around. It also gained popularity thanks to being featured in the TV show Magnum P.I., making it a true icon of the 80s. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your dream car yet, now is the time to do it. The clock is ticking down and soon we'll be kicking off these AI races. So get your choices in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picked for you. Hey Ricky Marzero. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned for some high-speed AI racing action. Get ready for some twists and turns that even the smartest cars might struggle with. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown, isn't it? Zergamingate with that classic BMW M5E28, which is known for its balanced driving and sporty spirit. On the other hand, Yakaraman has the Ford RS200, a rally legend with insane agility and a bit of wildness. Given that Ricardo Tormo is a tight and technical racetrack, I'd say that the BMW might have the edge in stability and smooth handling. But don't count out the RS200, especially if the AI manages to unleash its rally-inspired prowess on the corners. If I had to pick a winner based purely on car capabilities and track layout, I'd lean toward the BMW. But the Ford's unpredictable nature means it could surprise us all. Either way, it's going to be one fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Ricardo Tormo with some classic 1980s supercars. Scott Dixon is on pole, piloting a 1987 Buick GNX. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead. Scott Dixon has shot off the line to take the lead. Madux FCF is holding strong in second place, and Circumingate is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ricky Marzero and Circumingate are neck and neck for third place. Yakiraman and Ingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for fifth. Gina Jones and Yakiraman are locked in a close duel for sixth. Gina Jones is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Ricky Marzero is inching closer to the podium, now in 3rd. Hippie Langstrom is making a move, grabbing 10th position. Jion Wolf is driving a 1987 Buick GNX. They are currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Ricky Marcero and Maldox ECF are neck and neck for 2nd place. Yaki Ramen and Cirque Mingate are trading paint for 5th. Detox and Sarah Time Alive are locked in a close fight for 11th. Yaki Ramen just blitzed through 3 cars to grab 3rd place. Ricky Marcero is climbing steadily into 2nd. Detoxins is inching forward into the top 12. Maldox DFCF and Yaki Ramen are nose-to-tail fighting for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th. Amy is making a move to 14. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1983 Porsche 911 Turbo Daughter. They're currently in 6th place, holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the lead yet. The car is known for its turbocharged power and classic rear-engine layout. Yaki Ramen is now in 3rd place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 5th, making a nice climb. Joan Wolf and Solidja Doninity 1 are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Looks like a battle of patience. Nouveau Life is driving a 1985 BMW M5 E28. They are currently in the last half of the pack, sitting in the 15th place. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Ricky Marzero is now in 1st place. Maya and Zero Time Alive are battling for 13. Nouveau Life is closing the gap on Maya by a 2.5 seconds. Yaki Ramen just sneaked into 2nd place, leaving the rest of the pack in the dust. Gina Jones is inching closer to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in 8th place after jumping up 2 spots. Gina Jones is driving a 1983 Porsche 911 Turbo. She's currently in 5th place but hasn't set a fastest lap yet. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves. Joan Wolf is climbing to 9th place. Amy is closing in on Detoxins, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Trash Crash is driving the 1985 Alfa Romeo GT. Sixth. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in the last place and a few seconds behind the leader. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 7th place. Jill Wolf is now in 8th, and I am moving up to 12th. The race is heating up. The tight corners and technical sections at Ricardo Tormo are favoring the drivers with better control and precision. The top contenders are staying close, but a few are struggling with consistency on this tricky track. Gina Jones is climbing to 3rd place. Detoxins is now in 12th. Trash Crashton has moved up to 17. Ricky Marzero is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Oh, looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Congratulations, Ricky Marzero. Looks like all those laps paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Ricky Marzero really showed us how it's done with that incredible win. Congrats on the victory. And not only that, but you also snagged the fastest lap. So you can claim that fantastic 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo Oil. That's quite the prize. Gina Jones, you also crushed it by making the most overtakes. You've earned your own 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo as well. Looks like this race was full of surprises and impressive skills. Well done to both of you. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite car hit the track. Get your choices in before the countdown ends. Oh, this is a classic showdown. The Toyota Supra JGTC from '96 is a legendary car, known for its power and reliability. But the Porsche 911 GT2 from '98 is just a beast in the corners with its handling. Given that a Hemisto vintage has a mix of tight turns and straights, I think Sovi's Porsche might have a slight edge in agility. But don't count out Hingle McCringleberry with that Supra's raw horsepower. It's going to be a close race, but I'm leaning towards Sovi taking the win in this one. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Afinisto Vintage. Gina Jones is sitting pretty on pole in a classic 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. Looks like she's got a good shot at taking it early. Gina Jones has shot off the line to take an early lead. Pippi Langstrup is holding strong in second place. And I, Maya, am settling into third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Zadimojijam is just sneaked into third place. Move for Life is climbing up to 8th. Lamborghini Tuba is now in 10th. The race is heating up. Maya is dropping back to 10th place. Naiba is climbing to 4th. Deplorably, Apple is also moving up to 5th. Maya is making a move, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Nova Life is not far behind, now in 5th after a similar surge. Scott Dixon is also on the rise, now in 6th, leaving a trail of overtaken cars. Amy is currently in 8th place driving a 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. Datina looks like she's holding her own among some fast competitors. Maya is driving the 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. Starting in 4th, she is currently in 8th place, holding steady behind some fast cars. Looks like she's trying to find her moment to overtake. Deplorably, Apple is climbing to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd. Wolfo Life is up to 4th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Scott Dixon is driving a 1998 Porsche 911 GT2. He's holding 8th place, so he's hanging in there but not making any big moves yet. Maya is making a move up to 8th place. Amy is now 6th and Timborghini Tube has climbed to 7th. The race is heating up. Zadimori James is driving a Ferrari F40 Competizione, starting in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite leading the pack. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1994 Nissan 300Z DX Turbo Emissaire Tati. They're currently in the last place but not far behind the pack. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Sadimojijam is just sneaked into 4th place. Amy is climbing up to 5th. Scott Dixon is making his way to 9th. The race is heating up. Deplorably, as driving a 1994 Bugatti EB 110 LM, starting from 6th and now holding 2nd place. Looks like they're making a solid push, possibly thanks to that fastest lap of 1 minute 29 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on Maya rapidly, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Naiba is also on the move, cutting down the distance to Scott Dixon by 1.7 seconds. Hingle is cruising in a 1996 Toyota Supra. JG Lutisi looks like he's hanging in the middle of the pack, but his fastest lap is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Not exactly setting the world on fire, but he's not falling apart either. Amy is climbing to 4th place. Timborghini Tube is now in 5th after gaining 2 spots. Naiba is closing the gap on Scott Dixon by 1.3 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Scott Dixon is in a Porsche 911 GT2 from 1998. Looks like he's having a tough time staying on track with a lap time of nearly 99 minutes. Life is driving a 1994 Bugatti EB 110 LM. They're currently in 7th place, but seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Zademoji Chames is driving a 1989 Ferrari F40 Competition, which is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. Looks like their race is not going well, sitting in 2nd but with a very slow lap time compared to others. Hingo McCringleberry is gaining on Deplorable, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Life is climbing up to 6th place, and I am inching closer to Zademoji Chames, also cutting down the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is now 7th, climbing 1 spot. Naiva is inching closer to Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amy is driving a 1989 Ferrari F40 Competition, which is known for its raw speed and aggressive handling. She's currently in 5th place, so she's making a solid push, but still has some ground to catch up to the leaders. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Looks like your victory at Alfinisto Vintage was well deserved. Who knew Vintage could be so fast? Wow! Gina Jones really pulled off an impressive win today. Congratulations! That was some top-notch driving. Now, for those of you who earned the right to claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry, you managed to win the bet race, so you can claim the 1996 Toyota Supra JGTC, and Amy, with the most overtakes, you get the 1989 Ferrari F40 Competition. Great job to all of you. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down like a rocket headed for the moon. You better pick your favorite car before the time runs out and your chance is gone. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, it's like a battle of the sleek versus the quirky here. Gina Jones with the KTM Crossbow R is clearly going for that lightweight, sporty feel, while Scott Dixon's Yo Concept Funio 4RC is more of an underdog in the racing world. The KTM is probably going to have the edge on agility and speed around Snetterton's curves, but the Funio might surprise us with its handling, if Scott plays it smart. Honestly, I'd give a slight advantage to Gina, because that Expo R is designed to cut through the corners like a knife through butter. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. It's like watching a wild card enter the deck. So, I'm leaning towards Gina's car just because of its pedigree, but don't count Scott out just yet. This is going to be fun to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Snetterton 300. Gina Jones is starting on pole in a 2011 KTM Crossbow R. She's got the lead for now, so let's see if she can hold on to it, or if the other cars have a surprise up their sleeves. Gina Jones is leading the race with a strong start. Scott Dixon is right behind her in second place. New for Life is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Shoto Todoroki 39 is trying to overtake Amy for 5th place. Sovi and Bao by Biolab are still neck and neck for 8th. Doctor keeps Appleaway and the Critical Egg are locked in a close fight for 12th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. The Critical Egg is now in 10th place. Maho Chaos has moved into 14th. No major overtakes yet, but the race is heating up. Jordan F is climbing up to 18th place. London and Geoguy numericals are nose to nose for 19th. Not for Life is now in 2nd place, closing the gap at the front. Sovi and Bao by Biolab are battling fiercely for 8th place. No room for mistakes there. Move for Life is currently in 2nd place, driving a 2009 Yo Concept. Kimia 4RC looks like they're holding steady behind Gina Jones. No overtakes yet, but they're close enough to keep the pressure on. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Move for Life and Scott Dixon are still nose-to-tail fighting for that 2nd spot. Dovi and Baobai Biolab are locked in a close duel for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is now in 4th. Shoto Todoroki 39 has moved into 5th. The race is heating up. Sovi is sneaking past another car to claim 8th place. You and Sovi are nose to tail, battling for that 8th spot. Indus Platinum is inching forward now in 15th. Bao by Biolab just moved up one spot to take 6th place. Bao by Biolab and Shototodo Broke 39 are locked in a close fight for 5th. Pippi Langstrom and Bao by Biolab are battling hard for 6th. Maya is currently in 8th place with a Radical SR5. Looks like a solid mid-pack run so far, but plenty of room to shake things up. Dr. Keep Saplyway is driving a 2006 BMW 320 in the WTC class. They're currently in 14th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for the lead. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd. And closing in on Pippi Langstrom, the gap shrinking by a 2nd and a 3rd. Scott Dixon is really having a tough time dropping to 16th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily into 2nd. Amy is also moving up one spot in the 3rd. Yasmin 196 is climbing to 16th place. Diogo Numericals is now in 17th place. Pondon has moved up to 18th place. Pondon is driving a 28 Lada Priora, which is known for its durability, but not for speed. They're currently in the 18th position and seem to be struggling a bit, given their lap time is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Jordan F is in a 26 Alfa Romeo 156 Todd L. They're currently in the 15th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. The Criticaleg is driving a 2006 BMW 320 in the WTC class. They're currently in 9th place and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Bao Bai Biolab just overtook 5 cars and is now in 1st place. Gina Jones and Bao Bai Biolab are battling hard for the lead. Sovi is closing in on me, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Well, look at Gina Jones taking the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, you must be thrilled. Congratulations to Gina Jones. You really took the checkered flag tonight. Well-deserved victory. Now, for the lucky drivers who earned some sweet cars. Hingle McCringleberry, you're clocking the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 1996 Osella Pia 21 Honda. Pippi Langstrom, you dominated overtakes, so the 2014 Norma M20 FC is all yours. And Gina, since you won the race, you get to add the 2011 KTM Crossbow R to your collection. Great job to everyone, and I hope you all enjoy your new rides. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Tsukuba is a tight, twisty circuit that rewards quick cornering and precise driving. Acceleration is important too, but a car that can dart through the corners smoothly will have the edge here. Top speed isn't as critical because the straights are short compared to the corners. Overall, a car with good grip and nimbleness will perform best on this track. Oh wow, those are some serious vintage race cars. The Reynard 95i is a classic open-wheel beauty, while the Penske PC23 has its own charm. It's like pitting a finely aged wine against a bold craft brew. Honestly, I bet the Penske might have a slight edge, because of its design focused more on high-speed stability and downforce. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. It's all about who makes fewer mistakes, right? Let's see if the vintage charm can outpace the technical prowess. This is going to be fun! Alright folks, the race kicks off at Tsukuba and Marty Freeze is on pole in the 1995 Reynard 95-1. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Marty Freeze is leading the race right now. Scott Dixon is holding on to second place. Sovi is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is still settling in, so expect some shuffling soon. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Yaboy Wanda has moved up to third. Gina Jones is in fifth. The race is heating up with some steady climbing. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrom and the Wildrino are locked in a close fight for 7th. Slitten Slitty Gaming is gaining ground, now in 14th. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Ngufa Life is now in 11th. Looks like someone's making moves. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 1 spot to take 9th place. Amy is moving up 2 spots to claim 10th. Looks like they're both on the push. Anarchisix is climbing 1 spot to 12th place. Slipsnita Gaming is also moving up 1 spot to 13th place. Celestia Linari is making a move to 14th place. No for Life is running a Penske PC23, same as many others. But their race looks like a struggle since they're in the 14th spot and haven't set a fastest lap yet. Pippi Langstrom is way behind and struggling with lap times, while Oldriino is holding a decent position, but not exactly pulling away. Looks like a close fight if Pippi can find some speed. Sovi's showing some serious pace, but he's got a comfortable lead over Maya behind him. Let's see if he can hold it to the finish. Sovi is holding a strong pace with the fastest lap, but he needs to keep it consistent to stay ahead. No for Life is stuck in the back with a lap time over a minute, slower than the leaders. Looks like their race is more about survival than competing. Yeah, boy Rwanda is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in third place. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be holding back a little. The race looks tight with a close pack behind the top two. Pippi is way behind and struggling to catch up while Alwildrino is holding 8th place comfortably. Looks like Pippi's race might be over unless a miracle happens. Wow. Scott Dixon really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Scott Dixon really took that race by storm. Big congratulations to him on the victory. Now, for those of you hoping to claim a car, Sovi, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to take home that sweet 1995 Penske PC23. Maya, with the most overtakes, you're the proud owner of the 1995 Reynard 95 A1. Fantastic effort from everyone. Sure thing. A fun fact about Group 4 racing cars is that they were originally designed to be more accessible than the top-tier Group 5 and Group 6 cars, making racing a bit more exciting and competitive. These cars often had a mix of production car styling with racing enhancements, which is kind of like dressing up your daily driver for a weekend race. It's like seeing your grandma's car suddenly turn into a race beast. Pretty wild, right? Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your final picks now. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI cars race to victory. Hurry up and choose before it's too late. Alright, we've got a classic versus a muscle car showdown here. The Jaguar XJs from 1977 is more of a grand tourer, comfortable and stylish, but maybe not built for that aggressive speed. On the other hand, the Shelby Cobra 427C from 1966 is a beast with a reputation for raw power and speed. Given those details, I'd probably lean towards the Shelby Cobra taking the win. Its weight and design screams speed, especially on a race course like Grindelwald, where agility and power can really shine. The Jaguar might look classy, but in a head-to-head race, I think the Shelby's going to outpace it. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Grindelwald with Group 4 cars. And look at that, our champion on pole is none other than the legendary 1966 Shelby Cobra. 4:27. Let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the others are planning a surprise. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second and Pippi Langstrumpf holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Scott Dixon is dropping like a stone down to 18th place. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th, and now he's in a fierce battle with Hellskank for that spot. No for Life and Hellskank are nose to tail for 6th place. Simply Marcus has gained a spot, and is now in 13th. Tessator is also climbing, moving up to 15. Sasatura is climbing up to 14th place. Scott Dixon is narrowing the gap to Ren Kaori by 3.8 seconds. Hellskank is dropping back to 12th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 2nd. New for Life is up to 6th. New for Life and Hingo McCringleberry are nose to nose for 5th. Ren Kaori is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th. No wives is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Not for Life and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 4th place. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. New for Life and Hingo McCringleberry are nose to nose for 5th. Simpla Marcus is chipping away at Bees McGee, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ragu is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 15th. Gina Jones just nudged into 3rd place. New for Life is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 4th. Sovi just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Looks like she's got her eyes on that 5th spot now. Sovi and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. This is getting interesting. Hingo McCringleberry and Sovi are also battling hard for 6th. No room for mistakes. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing fast to take 5th place. Sasatura is also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 11th. Dimplemachus and Zasata are nose to tail for 11th, so expect some fireworks soon. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 2nd place. Gina Jones is now 3rd. Hingo McCringleberry is in 4th. Looks like the top 4 are stacking up nicely. Slipseed Gaming is closing in on Sovi with a 1.3 second gap. Ren Kaori has moved up 1 spot to 13. Hellskank has also gained 1 position to 15. Hingo McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Simpla Marcus has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Iconic Odd and Simple Markers are now battling it out for 9th position. Sovi just blitzed past 5 cars to grab the lead. Maya and Sovi are now nose to nose for 1st place. Iconic Odd is climbing up to 9th. making a late push. Beast McGee is on a roll, climbing 6 spots to 6th place. Maya just snatched the lead, moving up 1 spot. Pippi Langstrom is also gaining ground, jumping into 2nd place. Hinga McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Amy is catching up, now in 5th. Slipsnita Gaming is also moving up, now in 6th. The race is heating up. Hellskank is driving a 1977 Jaguar XJS. They're currently in the 13th place and have a pretty decent lap time of 1:40.873. Looks like they're holding their own but still chasing the leaders. Hellskank is driving a 1977 Jaguar XJS. They're currently in the 13th position and have a pretty decent lap time of 1:40.873, so the race looks competitive for them. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win! Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap! Hey there, Steve Jumper! Glad to see you jumping back in. We've got some epic AI cars racing right now, so buckle up and enjoy the chaos. Thanks for stopping by again. Wow, Maya, congratulations on winning that race. Clearly, all that practice paid off. You're the champion today, no doubt about it. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for snagging the fastest lap. That's a pretty sweet 1972 Maserati Bora Competizione waiting for you. Looks like speed is your thing. Pippi Langstrom, you came through and won the bet race. So you get a 1966 Shelby Cobra 427C. Nice work. That's a classic for sure. Great performances all around. Who's ready for the next round? Alright everyone, scramble to pick your favorite AI car before time runs out. We don't want any spectators left in the dark when the race starts. Hurry up and make your choice. Oh wow, what a throwback race. Both of these cars are from the late 90s, so we're definitely in for some nostalgic fun. The Prosta P01 was known for its balance and agility, but it could be a bit fragile. The Stewart SF02, on the other hand, was aggressive and fast, but lacked consistency. Given that, I'd lean towards the Pros for its handling, but don't count out the Stewart just yet. It's like choosing between a classic finesse and raw speed. Honestly, I'd say the race could go either way, but I'll put my chips on the Pros for a slight edge because it tends to hold it together better over a race distance. Who do you think will win? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Berlin Prix. And look at that, Pippi Langstrup is starting on pole in the 1998 Stewart SF02. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Pippi Langstrup is leading the pack, Double is right behind in second, and Steve Jumper is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Hingle McCringleberry and I are nose to tail for 6th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 9th. Chubby Boy RJ is making a move to 13th. Lockjaw 7 advances to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to 6th. Hingle McCringleberry and N Body Notes are battling closely for 5th. Sovi is dropping like a stone now in 17th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily, now in 5th. The battle for 4th is heating up with Hingle McCringleberry and Lockjaw 7 trading positions. Gina Jones is driving a Stewart SF02, which is known for its balanced performance. She's currently in 10th place, so she's holding her own but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Chubby Boy RJ is driving a Benetton B198, which is known for its aggressive aerodynamics. They're currently in the 12th place, so they're making some moves but still have ground to cover. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Cleanshot 21 and Chubby Boy RJ are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Double and Pippi Langstrup are neck and neck for 1st place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 7th. Dixon and N Body Notes are locked in a close fight for 6th. Double and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a fierce duel for 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry just climbed 1 spot to 4th. I'm inching up 1 spot to 7th. Maya and N Body Notes are nose to nose for 6th. Maya just overtook someone to take 6th place. Lockjaw 7 and Maya are nose to tail for 5th. New 4 Life is climbing up to 11th. Double is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 3rd. I am climbing to 5th. The race is heating up. Maya just overtook Steve Jumper and is now in 4th place. The race for 4th is heating up with Maya and Steve Jumper battling closely. And Body Notes is closing the distance on Lockjaw 7, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Dingo McCringleberry is gaining on Pippi Langstrom and closing the gap by 1.1 second. And Body Notes has climbed 1 spot to 6th place. New for Life is also moving up 1 spot, now in 11th. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the early leaders, but causing some overtaking chaos behind. Body Notes and Steve Jumper are nose to tail for 5th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 7th. New for Life and Amy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Wow, Double actually did it. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, double congratulations to Double for winning that race. Well done on conquering the track with those AI cars. And big news for Enwu for Life, too, since they won the bet race and are now eligible to claim that classic 1998 Prosta P01 Formula 1 car. I hope they're ready to take it for a spin and relive some of those legendary F1 moments. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision, or you might end up with something mediocre. Hurry up and choose before the race begins without your input. Wow, this is a classic matchup. On one side, we have King Chu 22 with a vintage Ferrari from 1964. That car is like a piece of racing history, and you know it's got some serious style. On the other side, Scott Dixon in a 1965 Honda R272, which is known for its speed and agility. Honestly, I'd say the Ferrari has that nostalgic charm that might give it a little extra pizzazz, but the Honda R272 has a reputation for being a fierce competitor on the track. Given the AI's tendency to optimize for performance, I'd probably lean towards the Honda, but don't count out the Ferrari just yet. This could come down to a matter of seconds or even fractions of a second. Let's see who's got the better AI tactics today. Alright everyone, it's a classic showdown at Acapone Raceway. Gina Jones is starting on pole in the sleek 1965 Ferrari 1512, making it quite the vintage battle up front. Let's see if those old school curves can keep her ahead. Gina Jones has shot off the line and taken the lead. Pippi Langstrom is holding strong in second place. Amy is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amy just made a smooth move to second place. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are nose to nose for second. Vina 17 is climbing 2 spots to fourth. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Flanky Frankie just snuck into fifth after a nice move. Scott Dixon and King Chu 22 are swapping paint for seventh. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone and is now in second place. Looks like she's on a roll. No for Life is climbing up to 14th. Not bad, but still a ways to go. Prodigy Place 58 is in a Brabham BT7, which is a classic racing car from the 1960s. They're currently in 14th place, so the race isn't exactly a smooth ride for them. Sovi just overtook 2 cars to reach the 10th place. Arlo Coast and Sovi are nose to tail for that 10th spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Arlo Coast are fighting hard for 11th. Arlo Coast is climbing up to 10th place. New for Life is now in 13th. Looks like some steady progress. Betsma is racing a Porsche A04 from 1962. They're currently in the 11th place but haven't set a valid lap time yet, so their race looks pretty uneventful so far. Amy just gained 1 spot now in second place. Uncle Tobin and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th. The F1 1960 cars are pretty evenly matched on this track, but the tight corners seem to favor the more agile Lotus and Honda, as seen with Amy and Maya. The Ferrari drivers are holding steady but might struggle with the track's demands. Maya is gaining on Flanky Frankie, closing the gap by just over a second. Move for Life is climbing up to 12th place, making a nice move forward. Gina Jones is holding a narrow lead over Amy for first place. New for Life is gaining on Sovi, chipping away at the gap quickly. Gina Jones is trying to hold off Amy for the lead. It's a close one. New for Life just snuck into the top 12, climbing 1 spot. Looks like the race is heating up. New for Life and Arlo Coast are nose to tail for 10th place. Looks like they're about to turn this into a real scrap. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Sovi's lead, closing the gap by over a second. This race just got interesting. King Chu 22 is climbing up to 6th place. Dovey is now 11. Hingle McCringleberry is in 12th. Looks like some steady progress. King Chew 22 is holding a slight edge over Scott Dixon, but Scott's closing in fast with that big gap in lap time. Looks like a last lap showdown is brewing. King Chew 22 is holding a slight edge over Scott Dixon, but Scott's lap time is way off the pace. If Dixon can find some speed, he might still challenge. Bina 17 is driving a Brabham BT7 from 1965, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They are currently in 5th place, holding a solid position but slightly behind the leaders. Vinha 17 is climbing to 3rd place. Frankie is now in 4th. Arlocoast is catching Uncle Tobin, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. King Chew 22 is flying with the fastest lap, but he's still in 6th. Looks like he's got the pace but needs a little more to catch the leaders. King Chew 22 is driving a 1964 Ferrari 158. They're currently in 6th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're making a strong push. Wow, Gina Jones just took the win. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations! Wow, Gina Jones really pulled off an incredible victory. Great job to them. Showing that even AI can have a knack for winning. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you. During the 2000s, street cars racing in the touring car class often had to balance between being powerful enough to race and still street legal. It was like trying to walk a fine line between being a race car and a day-to-day driver. Imagine driving down the street and then suddenly hitting a racetrack. It's like your car was ready for the weekday commute and the weekend race, all in one. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that frantic decision. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Get those choices in before the timer hits 0. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad you could join us again. We're about to see some epic AI car races, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Yakaraman in a Porsche Cayman S from 2006. It's a lovely car, known for its balance and agility, but it's a few years old now. On the other hand, Gina Jones is behind the wheel of a 26 Ultima GT-R 720, which sounds like a beast right out of a racing dream with that 720 horsepower. I have to say the Ultima GT-R 720 is probably the more aggressive, high-powered choice here. But remember, power isn't everything. The Porsche's lighter weight and handling might give Yakaraman an edge in the technical parts of the circuit. If I had to pick, I'd probably lean towards Gina's Ultima GT-R because of its raw horsepower, but this could come down to who handles the curves better. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, New for Life is starting on pole with a classic 2000 Ford Mustang Safety Cobra R, so get ready for some nostalgic speed at the Onodera circuit. Mahokawis has taken the lead right out of the gate. New for Life is holding strong in second place. Gaming To Fight Cancer is currently in third, trying to keep up. Gaming To Fight Cancer is climbing to second place. Pippi Langstrup is now in fourth. Amy is making a move to fifth, jumping 2 spots. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to third place. Amy is also moving up 1 spot to fourth. Gina Jones is making a 2-spot jump to sixth. And Chizendeshauer is now in 7th place. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 10th place. Yakaraman and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for 10th. Abumzi advances to 8th place. Yakaraman climbs to 10th place. Everlasting Apex and Yakaraman are locked in a close fight for 10th. Abumzi is getting closer to Chizendeshauer, closing the gap by a second. Everlasting Apex has climbed 2 spots to take 9th place. Sovi is moving up 1 spot to sit in 14th. Basic Switch and Sovi are nose to tail for 14th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 18. Abumzi and Chizendeshauer are still neck and neck for 7th place. Timborghini Tuba has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th. Basic Switch also moved up 2 spots and is now in 13th. Pippi Langstrup and Gaming To Fight Cancer are nose to nose for 2nd place. New for Life is climbing up to 4th place. Abumzi is making a move up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrup and Gaming To Fight Cancer are nose to nose for 2nd place. Abumzi is chopping down the gap to Gina Jones by 1.7 seconds. Everlasting Apex is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 9th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 2nd place. New for Life is now in 3rd. Abumzi is closing the gap on Gina Jones, shrinking it by over a second. Renault T4 is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place. Abumzi is also on the move. up to 6th position. New for life just snatched the lead from Makokaios. They're nose to nose for the top spot now. Yakiraman is closing in on Timborghini Tube, inching closer with every lap. Maya is charging through the field now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Abomzi is climbing to 5th place, and Yakiraman is now in 10th after moving up 1 spot. Abomzi is inching closer to Gaming Tophi Cancer, just a second and a bit behind now. Chizan Dashauer is closing in on Gina Jones, gaining over 2 seconds. Timborghini Tuba has climbed 1 spot to 10, and is now in a battle for 9th with Everlasting Apex. Abomzi is gaining on Gaming to Fight Cancer fast enough to make it a close call. Timborghini Tuba just climbed 1 spot into 9th place. Yakiraman and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for 10th position, so expect some fireworks there. Rinup T4 is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Abomzi is closing in on Gaming to Fight Cancer, gaining a little ground. Timborghini Tuba just moved up to 8th, and is now in a battle for 7th with Gina Jones. Things are heating up at the mid-pack. Abomzi just sneaked into 4th place. Gaming to Fight Cancer and Abomzi are nose to nose for that spot. Renup T4 is climbing up to 9th, inching closer to the pack. Abomzi is now in 3rd place. Chizan Dashauer has climbed to 9th. And I am now in 11th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Abomzi is really closing in on Makokaios. Less than a second now. Timborghini Tuba has climbed 1 spot to 7th. Renok T4 has also gained 1 position, now in 9th. Gina Jones is climbing to 7th place. I see. Maya is making a move up to 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 16th. The race is heating up. Wow, looks like new for life. Just took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow! Congratulations to New for Life for winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. You really drove like a champion today. And great job to everyone who earned a car. New for Life. You get the 2000 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra R for the fastest lap. But nice speed there. Gina Jones, you won the bet race, so you can claim the 26 Ultima GT R720. And I managed the most overtakes. So I get to take home the same 2006 Ultima GT R720 up. Looks like I'm pretty good at weaving through the pack today. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. Make your final picks now or forever wonder what could have been. Don't miss out on the chance to see these sleek machines battle it out. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Chosen's coast with that classic Dodge Viper, known for its raw power and aggressive stance. On the other hand, the critical leg with the Ferrari 512 TR, which is all about speed and finesse. Given the track at Sochi Autodrome, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for its handling and aerodynamics. But don't count out the Viper's brute strength to make a late surge if it can stay out of trouble. So, I'm calling it for the Ferrari to slightly edge out the Viper. But honestly, this is gonna be a close call. Stay tuned! Alright folks, Sovi's on pole in a 1992 Citadel Motor Ferrari 16T. Race starts now at Sochi Autodrome Tunnel. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead or if the newer ones will sweep past. Sylvia shot off the line to take the lead. New for Life is right behind in second, and Tacnesty is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Athena CNC is on the move, climbing to third place. Lockjan 7 is making a push into the top 15. Rondon 69 is also advancing, now in 14th. Pippi Langstrup is on a roll, climbing 4 places now in 6 laps. Darigaz is also making moves, climbing 3 spots in the same time. Athena CNC just nudged into second, inching closer to the leader. Cortina CNC just overtook to take the lead. Taknesty is closing in on third place. Maya and Chosensk Coast are battling hard for seventh. Looks like a tight squeeze. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into seventh place. The battle for sixth place is heating up between Maya and Wei Fuan. Scott Dixon and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for 10th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. New for Life and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. I am moving up to 6th place, closing in on the pack. Taknesty just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Sovi and Taknesty are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. I am inching closer to the top 5, moving up 1 position now in 5th. No for Life is really having a tough time dropping to 18th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Sovi fast, just 1.9 seconds behind. Wei Fuan is climbing up to 6th place, making some moves. Chosen's Coast is climbing up to 6th place. Bao by Biola is now in 15th. Darigos is sneaking into 16th. Maya and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Wei Fuan is sneaking into 6th, inching closer. Hingo McCringleberry and Zachary TV are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the leaders. Lokjan 7 has climbed to 13th, making some moves. Autumn Thunderbird and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for 18th. Looks like a battle to the finish. Hingbe McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Zadamuji James and the Critical Leg are nose to nose for 10. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. New for Life is closing in on Autumn Thunderbird fast, just 6.4 seconds behind now. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Chosen's Coast, closing the gap by a second. Zadimoji Jamis is climbing up to 10th place, making a nice move forward. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Gina Jones and Sovi are battling fiercely for 4th. Wei Fuana is closing the gap on Gina Jones by over a second and a half. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 6th. Wei Fuana and Hingle are locked in a close fight for 6th. Wei Fuana advances to 6th place. Bao Bai Beolab climbs to 14th. Gibby Langstrom and Bao Bai Beolab are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Gibby Langstrom is climbing up to 14th place. New for Life is narrowing the distance to Chubby Boy RJ by 1.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. The Critical Leg is also moving up to 11. Scott Dixon and the Critical Leg are nose to nose for 11. Chosen's Coast and Wei Fuan are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. The critical leg has just overtaken one car to claim 10th. Scott Dixon is also making moves, climbing up to 11th. The critical leg and Scott Dixon are now nose to tail for 10th. Zademoji Jemis just nudged into the top 8. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the top 10. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 12. Pippi and the critical leg are nose to nose for 11th place. Zademoji Jemis just sneaks into 7th place. Pippi Langstrup and the critical leg are still nose to nose for 11th. Baobai Beolep climbs into 13th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Chosin's coast. The gap is shrinking fast. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 11th place, making moves. Gina Jones is driving a Ferrari F50 from 1995. She's currently in 5th place, a bit behind the leaders but holding steady. Her fastest lap is 2:45.512, so she's not exactly setting the pace but staying consistent. Congratulations to Athena CNC on the victory. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Well deserved. Wow! Athena C took the victory. Big congratulations to them, they really drove that race like a pro. And for the driver who pulled off the most overtakes, Pippi Langstrup, you can claim a 1995 Ferrari F50 from the Retro Street Cars collection. Nice work on the overtaking skills. Sure thing. Did you know that Formula 3 cars are basically the stepping stone for young drivers aiming to reach Formula 1? They're lightweight and nimble, making them perfect for pushing the limits without the crazy speeds of F1. It's like a high-speed training ground where future racing legends are born, and all without the need for a billion-dollar budget. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this race is pretty much a toss-up. It's like trying to pick a winner between two unknowns in a game of chance. Maybe Stankit has a secret weapon, or maybe Missouri Stocks is just good at hiding their skills. Either way, I'd say it's going to be a close one, and we're just here for the thrill of the unknown. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Weatherfield Speedway and look at that. Evolution in 154 is on pole with their 2019 Dallara F312. Expect some high-speed action coming up? The race kicks off with Evolution in 154 taking an early lead, Vinha 17 right behind in second, and Pippi Langstrump holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Vinha 17 and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for the lead. Zero Timberlive just slipped into third and is now eyeing P3 with Pippi Langstrump right behind. Pippi Langstrump and Zero Timelive are nose to tail for third place. Yasnin 96 and Akanoni are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Bjorn Art and Eir Rafaela are battling it out for 12th. Pippi Langstrump is now in third place. Yasnin 196 has climbed 2 spots to 9th. Yasnin 196 and Ovidius are nose to nose for 8th. Yasnin 106 is climbing up to 8th place. Ovidius and Yasnin 96 are nose to nose for that spot. Akana is sneaking into the top 10. Pippi Langstrump and Vinha 17 are neck and neck for second place. Cthulhu Kachu and Akesanone are fighting hard for 10th. Achatuhova and Eir Rafael are locked in a close scrap for 12th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to second place. Zero Timilive is also gaining ground, now in third. Vinha 17 and Zero Timelive are nose to nose for third position. Zero Timilive is really having a rough time dropping to 15. Vinha 17 is climbing up to third. Oaks Wolfie is also moving up to 4th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Zero Team Live is really having a rough time dropping to 31st. Mighty Chunk just gained a spot to sit in 4th. Yasnin 196 is climbing 2 spots to 5th place. Maya is climbing up to 5th place. Ovidus and Yasnin 196 are neck and neck, for 6th. Airfail is inching into the top 10. Ovidus just overtook someone to take 6th place. Yasnin 196 and Ovidus are nose to nose for 6th. H2 Hove moved up 1 spot to 12. H2 Hove and Sputnik NZ are battling for 11th. Nekta Romaval is on a roll climbing from the back, overtaking 3 cars to reach 23rd. Yasnin 196 and Ovidus are locked in a tight battle for 6th place. H2O Have just nudged up 1 spot to 11th. Hingle McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for the 17th spot. Tupi's in the podcast just gained 1 position, now sitting 20th. Simplemakas and Tupi's in the podcast are fighting hard for the 20th position. Blaming Buddha is climbing up to 18th place. Simplemarkers is catching up to 20th place. Pondon is inching closer to 23rd place. Bjorn Art is in 15th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 32 seconds and 58 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the world on fire. Life is climbing up to 21st place. Two racers, two Peas in the Podcast and No View for Life, are fighting hard for that same spot. Sylvie and Stankit are neck and neck for 27th place. Pondon and two Peas in the Podcast are nose to nose for 22nd place. Sylvie is climbing up to 27th. Looks like they're on a mission. New for Life is in 22nd place with a lap time of 1 minute 33 seconds and 2100. Looks like a slow start, or maybe some trouble on track. Well, look at that. Evolution 954 just crossed the finish line first. Guess all those practice laps paid off? Nice job! Wow! Congratulations to Evolution 954. They really showed everyone what they're made of today. Great job crossing that finish line first, and taking home the win. Looks like all that virtual engine power paid off. Here's a fun fact for you. The Super 8 track is famous for its tight corners and high-speed straightaways, making it a real challenge for the AI racers. It's like the roller coaster of racing circuits, where one mistake can send you from first to last in the blink of an eye. Quite the adrenaline rush without leaving your seat. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Get your choices in before the clock strikes 0. Alright, so we've got a classic Honda Civic Si versus a Peugeot 206RC. The Civic is known for its reliability and nimbleness. But the Peugeot 206RC has that sporty edge with a little more zest. It's like putting a trusty old dog against a sprightly fox. I'd say the Peugeot has the slight upper hand here just because it's a bit more aggressive and geared for racing. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Let's see if the Civic's got some surprises up its sleeve, or if the Peugeot cruises to victory. Alright folks, Amy's leading the pack on pole in her 2015 Renault Clio 4 Airs Cup at the Super 8 track. Let's see if she can hold on to that front spot or if the competition will give her a run for her money. Amy has taken the lead right out of the gate. Ariu Serial is holding strong in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Rosie Goldeming just climbed one spot to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom just moved up one spot to 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Ariu Serial is leading in a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup, showing solid pace and holding onto the top spot. Looks like they're enjoying a comfortable race so far. Inga McCringleberry is driving a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge. Looks like they're holding steady in 4th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying consistent. Gina Jones is in a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge. She's currently in 3rd place and has the 3rd fastest lap. Looks like she's holding her ground pretty well. Sophie is now in 4th place, climbing up one spot. New for Life is gaining on Rose Goldgeming, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Rosie Goldgeming is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206RC. They're currently in 8th place, hanging on but definitely not challenging for the lead. Looks like a steady race with room to improve. Amy's leading and setting the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Sophie is in a Peugeot 208 R2 from 2013, a car known for its agility. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 8th place. Maya is also moving up to 9th. Looks like Maya and New for Life are neck and neck for that 9th spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Rosa Goldgeming, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. I'm inching closer to Pippi, reducing the distance by just over a second. Naiba has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Naiba is driving a 2014 Abarth 500 Assetto course, which is known for its agility and quick handling. They're currently in 11th place, just behind the top 10, so the race is still wide open for them. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Mini Cooper Challenge from 2012. He's currently in 5th place, hanging in there with a decent lap time of 29.524 seconds. Looks like he's holding his ground. New for Life is driving a 1999 Honda Civic i, which is quite the classic choice. Looks like their race is not going well with the last place and the slowest lap time so far. Ario Serial is gaining fast on Amy now, just 12.7 seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Areyu Serial by 1.2 seconds. Rosie Goldgaming has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Ario Serial just overtook Gina Jones to take the lead. Gina is not giving up easily though. She's right on the tail. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 6th. And Maya is in 9th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. The tight corners seem to favor smaller, nimble cars like Gina's Mini and Amy's Renault. The straights are giving some an edge, but overall the track's balance is keeping the pack pretty close. Gina Jones and Areyu Serial are nose to tail at the front. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 6th place, just 1 spot behind the top 5. New for Life is driving a 1999 Honda Civic Si. Looks like they're struggling a bit with the pace, currently in 11th place and over 2 seconds behind the car ahead. Wow. Areyu Serial really sped past everyone to win the race. Guess they're the fastest cereal in the bowl now. Wow. Areyu Serial really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned that victory. And a huge shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. A 2015 Renault Clio 4 S-Cup, huh? That's quite a ride. And Pippi Langstrumpf for the most overtakes. You're definitely the queen of the overtake. The 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge is yours. Great job to all the drivers today. This race was a roller coaster. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to jump in and make your choice. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite machine before the countdown hits 0. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both of these cars have their charm, but I have to say the Pontiac Firebird from 1968 has a bit of a reputation for being a muscle car legend. It's got that raw power and classic appeal. The Ford Mustang Boss from 1970 is also a powerhouse and definitely a fan favorite. But in this race, I'm leaning towards the Firebird. Its design and performance tend to excel on these tracks. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. Maybe the Mustang surprises us all. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at the Cadegua Cordo C track. Sovi is starting at the front, piloting a classic 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Looks like we're in for some vintage action right from the get-go. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Sovi in second place and Scott Dixon holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Amy just overtook Sovi to take second place. Pippi Langström is climbing up to fifth place. Sovi is hanging on to third, but not for long. Pippi Langström is climbing to fourth place. Anak Sagarax is also moving up to sixth. Looks like Maya and Anak Sagarax are nose to nose for sixth. Pippi Langström is climbing to third place. Anak Sagarax and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for fifth. Krista 33 is advancing to 12th. Maya is climbing up to sixth place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved into ninth. Abomzi is making a move into 18th. Famaka is climbing up to 15th place. Lil Sprout is now in 19th. Starbakes has moved into 20th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Abomzi and Zotsfied are locked in a close fight for 17th place. Jaimais just gained one position to move into 21st. Ebony Shadow and Jaimais are now battling for 21st. Jack Singh Debox and Anak Sagarax are nose to tail for 7th place. Wanabakido and Kalmetwi are locked in a fierce fight for 13. Abomzi is climbing up one spot to 17. Lil Sprout and Starbucks are locked in a tight fight for the 19th place. Ebony Shadow is climbing up one spot to take 22nd. Wanabakido and Kalmetwi are locked in a tight battle for 13th place. Lil Sprout is climbing up one spot to take 19. Yustanetviz is also moving up one spot to take 22. Wanabakido advances to 13th place. Famaka climbs to 14th place. Kalmetwi and Famaka are nose to nose for 14th place. Hingle is holding a strong position and has the fastest lap, but he's got a long way to go to catch the leaders. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Lil Sprout is making a move to 18. Starbucks just gained one spot, now in the 19th place. Zotsfighted is right behind, making it a close fight for 19. Starbucks is driving a 1968 Holden Monaro. They're currently in the 20th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, as their fastest is over 1:31. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Bao by Biolap is climbing up to 8th place now. Gina Jones is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second. Gina Jones is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar .2. She's currently in 11th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute 24.219 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own, but not quite in the mix for the top spots. Haimais is driving a 1962 Triumph TR 3B, a classic British roadster known for its nimbleness. Looks like their race is pretty slow with the slowest lap time so far, and they're stuck in the back. Lil Sprout is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon, currently in the 18th place. Their lap time is pretty quick for the group, but they're still trying to catch up. Looks like a solid effort so far. Wow, looks like New for Life just took the top spot. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Oh wow, New for Life pulled off the victory. Big congrats to them. They really showed us how it's done today. And a huge shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for scorching the fastest lap. You've earned yourself that vintage Mercury Cougar, no doubt about it. Amy, You came out on top in the bet race, so that 1970 Ford Mustang boss is yours. Well played. And Pippi Langstrumpf, you overtook your way right into that Chevrolet Camaro, claiming victory for most moves. Nice work. That's some serious racing finesse. This has been an awesome race, folks. Stay tuned for more turbocharged fun. Did you know that classic Indy cars from the early days often had engines that sounded like a symphony of roaring thunder? It's true. They were built for speed and sound that could make your ears ring from a mile away. It's like the cars were not just racing but putting on a fiery concert on wheels. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage charm versus slightly less vintage charm. Blackbeard's Kuzma Offie from 1952 has that old-school racing grit, but Amy's 1963, Agachani and Watson, might have a bit more modern edge. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but the Agachani and Watson could have a slight advantage with its more up-to-date design. Still, don't count out that Kuzma Offie, it's got some serious history behind it. This race could go either way, and I can't wait to see how it all plays out. Alright folks, the race is underway at Aintree Vintage, and Gina Jones is kicking things off in style. She's on pole in a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B, so let's see if her vintage charm can outpace the modern madness behind her. Bobote has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Gina Jones is holding on to third for now. Looks like a close fight already. Maya and Dubote are nose to tail for first place. Chosenskost just gained one spot and is now in third. Gina Jones and Chosenskost are battling hard for the third spot. Maya has just taken the lead, moving up to first place. Gina Jones is now in third, closing in on Chosenskost. They are neck and neck for that third spot. Looks like a close fight. Chosenskost is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in 6th place, and seem to be holding steady, but no sign of a major move yet. Zombush 86 is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy, a car known for its innovative design, but tricky handling. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, currently in 14th place, so not quite making waves yet. Gina Jones just overtook someone to climb into second place. Bobote and Gina are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Chosenskost and Pippi Langstrumpf are also locked in a close fight for fourth. Pippi Langstrumpf and Bobote are nose to tail for third place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot to sit in 5th. Blackbeard is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 8th. Pippi Langstrumpf just nudged into 3rd place. Bobote and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for that spot. Blackbeard is climbing up to 7th. Blackbeard and Chosen's Coast are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Gina Jones is climbing to the top of the leaderboard. Bobote is not far behind, moving up 2 spots to 2nd place. Blackbeard is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 6th. Sovi is making a strong push, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zelmush 86 is also climbing fast, now in 12th after a similar move. Bobote is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st. Gina Jones just took the lead, moving up 1 spot. Bobote is right behind, giving her a good chase. This battle for 1st is heating up. Unruh for Life is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, sitting in the 12th spot. Not much action so far, but plenty of time to make a move. Battle by Biolab is closing in on Amy rapidly, now just 7 seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 4th place, making moves. Zombush 86 and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. No room for error. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Blackbeard has climbed 1 spot to sit in 5th. Chosen's Coast is closing in on Toadette TV, shrinking the gap by over 3 seconds. Chosen's Coast and Toadette TV are locked in a tight duel for 7th place. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Toadette TV has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 spot. Chosen's Coast is now in 7th position, climbing 1 spot as well. Scott Dixon is closing in on Sovi and has cut the gap by 6.7 seconds. Blackbeard is dropping like a stone and is now in the 14th position. Sovi is making a move and has gained 2 spots, now sitting in 8th. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Chosen's Coast is narrowing the gap to Toadette TV by 2 seconds. Battle by Biolab is advancing to 14. JT Swishman 33 just made a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Maya is sneaking into 3rd, inching closer to the front. Scott Dixon is also on the rise, moving up to 8. Things are heating up. Well, look at that. Gina Jones just took the top spot. Clearly, she's got the magic touch. Congratulations! Wow, Gina Jones, you really did it. Congratulations on winning the race. That was an impressive drive, and you totally earned that victory. Now, for the drivers who can claim some incredible cars, here's the scoop. Theo by Biolab, with the fastest lap. You get to take home a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B Classic Indy cars. What a ride! Amy, you took the bet race, so congratulations on that win. You can claim a 1963 Agachanian Watson, also a classic Indy car. And Hingle McCringleberry, you were the master of overtakes today. Your prize is a 1952 Kuzma Affi, an absolute beast from the past. Great job to everyone. This was a fantastic race to watch. Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make your final selections before it's too late. Don't miss out on choosing your favorite car to root for. Hurry up and get those picks in. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. On one hand, we have Bao by Biolab zooming in a pretty sleek 2018 BMW M20i. See, that's a car built for speed and agility. So I'd put my chips on it for a quick lap around a Capone Raceway. Then there's me, in a 2007 Honda Civic F. It's more of a daily driver than a race car, but hey, don't underestimate the Civic. It might not be the latest or the greatest, but it's got a certain charm. And who knows, maybe a few tricks up its sleeve. Given the cars, I'd say Bo by Biolab's BMW has a clear edge here. Still, race day can always surprise us, so I'll be rooting for the underdog in this one. Alright folks, Deplorable Apple is kicking things off on pole with a 2012 Ford Focus. Let's see if that old school hot hatch can hold its ground against these fancy new racers. Bao by Biolab has shot off the line into the lead. Deplorably Apple is holding second place, just ahead of Queen Manda in third. Looks like a close fight already. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Deplorable Apple and Bao by Biolab are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Amy is making her way up nicely, now in 4th place. Neo Texum is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Scott Dixon and Neo Texum are nose to nose for that spot. Crazy Sweet Butt is gaining ground, now in 11th. They're battling hard with Pippi Langstrom for 10th. Crazy Sweet Butt is now in 10th place. Husky Hulk has moved up to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. New for Life just overtook Sovi for 13th place. They're nose to nose now. This is getting interesting. Deplorable Apple is leading the race in a 2012 Ford Focus. RS looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably enjoying the view from the top. Deplorable is leading the race in a 2012 Ford Focus RS. Looks like they're holding on to that first place pretty comfortably so far. Ingo McCringleberry is in a 2018 Peugeot 308 and is currently stuck in 5th place. Looks like their race is more about the timing than the speed, considering the bizarre lap time. Amy is in 7th place with a 2015 Seat Leon. She's been consistent but not quite catching the leaders yet. Looks like she's holding her own in the mid-pack. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2012 Ford Focus RS. Looks like she's holding steady in the middle of the pack. Not making any big moves but staying consistent. The TCR cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners seem to favor those with better handling and agility. The top spots are mostly tight, quick cars. Bao by Biolab is leading and holding the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls a miracle. Deplorable is driving a 2012 Ford Focus RS, holding on to 2nd place. Looks like they're trying to defend that position from Bao by Biolab. Not the fastest lap, but steady enough. Neotexum is now in 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. Ingo McCringleberry and Neotexum are nose-to-tail fighting for that 7th position. Bao Biolab is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a 2015 Subaru Impreza ST IWRX. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, trailing the leaders by over a second. Wow! Bao by Biolab took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Wow! Bao by Biolab really dominated today. Congratulations on both winning the race and setting the fastest lap. Yeah, now Leo. You definitely earned that shiny BMW M220 IDAC. And not only did you win, but you also won the bet race. Solid work. And a big shout out to Amy for pulling off the most overtakes. You earned that 2015 Seat Leon, no doubt. This is a fantastic race to watch. Everyone brought their A game. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up and we don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Make your choice before it's too late. Alright, we're watching a classic showdown here. Ilvi in the 2007 Honda Civic F.A versus QFO in the 2015 seat, Leonda. The Civic is pretty much the classic underdog story. But let's be honest, it's not exactly a speed demon in racing terms. It might surprise us with some clever handling, but I'd bet QFO's seat Leon, which is a bit newer and probably has better tech and power, will take the lead. Still, it's not just about raw speed, so anything can happen. But based on the cars and their age, I'd say QFO has the upper hand. Let's see if Sovi can pull off an upset with some smart driving. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Hidden Valley Raceway. Singoshi is starting on pole in a 2010 Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. Let's see if that classic can hold up. The race kicks off with Singoshi leading the pack, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second and Amy holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Amy has just claimed second place. Kufo and Sovi are nose to nose for fourth. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing to seventh. Tyler Drums 31 and Celestia Linari are locked in a close fight for sixth. Baobai Beolab climbs to 8th place. New for Life and Baobai Beolab are nose to nose for that spot. Hippie Langstrom advances to 12th. Scott Dixon is in 11th place, driving a 2007 Honda Civic F.A. Looks like he's holding steady, but not making much noise in the top 10. Hingo McCringleberry is currently in third place, driving a 2016 Lada Vesta. Looks like they're hanging in there, but no sign of a miracle comeback yet. Celestia Linari and Kofo are nose to nose for 5th place. No for Life and Baobai Beolab are locked in a close fight for 8th. Do Rogue and New for Life are battling it out for 9th. Celestia Linari is climbing up to 5th place. Scott Dixon is now in 10th. Hippie Langstrom is in 11th. Looks like a small shuffle at the back. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in 3rd place, driving a 2016 Lada Vesta. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Ladas and the Alfa Romeo, while the BMW and Opel are struggling to keep pace. Gina Jones and Dor Rogue are nose to tail for 12th place. Meanwhile, I am locked in a close fight with Gina Jones for 13. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing up to 13th place. I am moving up to 12th place. Justinet and Dor Rogue are nose to nose for the next spot. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2016 Lada Vesta. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be struggling a bit with a slower lap time compared to the leaders. Sylvie is holding a slight edge over Koifo, but Koifo's lap time is much slower. Still anyone's race. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2016 Lada Vesta. They're currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding steady, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. New for Life is holding on to 8th place, that Bao by Biolab is right behind, looking for an opening. Just Jeanette Van Door Rogue are neck and neck for the 14th spot, trading positions every lap. New for Life is climbing up to 8th place. Bao by Biolab and Wow for Life are neck and neck for that spot. Just Jeanette is making a move to 14. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2016 Lada Vesta. They're currently in 3rd place, holding a steady position but a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're trying to keep it clean and avoid mistakes. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to tail for 2nd place. Biobai, Beolab and Tyler Drums 31 are also locked in a close fight for 7. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Nga for Life is making a move to 8th place. No for Life and Tyler Drums 31 are fighting hard for 7. Amy just slipped into 2nd place. Looks like she's on the move. Bao by Beolab is climbing to 8. Not bad. Maya is currently in the 13th place with a 2016 Opel Astra TCR. Her lap time is decent, but she's a bit behind the leaders. Looks like she's trying to catch up. Wow, Sengoshi just took the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Congratulations to Sengoshi on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Now, for the lucky ones to claim a car, Amy managed the fastest lap, so she gets a 2016 Lada Vesta. Sylvie took the win in the bet race and can claim a 2007 Honda Civic AM Pippi Langstrom. You did the most overtakes, so you can take home another 2016 Lada Vesta. Great job to everyone! Well, the Chicago street circuit is famous for weaving through some of the city's most iconic locations, including the Navy Pier and the Magnificent Mile. It's like a scenic tour with a bit of a race twist. Fun fact? The track is known for its sharp turns and narrow streets, which make it a real challenge for the drivers, or in this case, our AI racers, to maintain their speed and stay on track. It's basically a city street adventure with a racing license. Hey everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine race. Oh wow. This is a classic case of underdog versus the seasoned veteran. Dude Smoke Alblan's Mercedes is a solid car. But it's aging, and that might show in the tighter corners and acceleration. The Lexus LFA is a beast with its V10 engine, known for speed and agility. Honestly, I think the Lexus has the edge here. Especially on a circuit like Chicago Street where quick handling and acceleration matter. But hey, in these AI races, anything can happen. Let's see if the old Mercedes can surprise us, or if the sleek Lexus takes the win comfortably. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Chicago Street Circuit, and looks like Beef Sliders is on pole with a 2012 Dodge Challenger RT88. Hopefully that big muscle car can hold its ground. Beef Sliders has taken an early lead, kicking things off strong. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is right behind in second place, not giving up yet. Gina Jones is holding on to third but expects some early battles to shake things up. Unclearly Gaming is making a move, climbing 3 spots tonight. Maya is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 4th. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Rosigot Gamin just gained 1 spot, now in 5th. Unclearly Gaming also moved up 1 spot, sitting in 8th. Meg's Boring Life and Maya are nose-to-tail for 9th place. Shekomaru is inching up to 11th, just ahead of Rokimiriki. Rukimiriki and Shekomaru are locked in a close fight for 11th. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 7th place. Shekomaru has moved up to 10th. Hingle McCringleberry has advanced to 12th. Hingle McCringleberry and Meg's Boring Life are battling it out for 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in the 12th place, climbing up 1 spot. Meg's Boring Life and Hingle are nose-to-nose for 11th. Looks like a close fight brewing. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the top 10. Dewsmoke Eablunt is making a slow climb, still in 15th. Natsuria Nuki is climbing to 15th place. The Empress is making her way to 20th place. Looks like some steady progress. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing up 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Unclearly Gaming are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 8th. Bao Bai Biolap is making a move to 17. Looks like everyone's on the push. Kickass Lady X3 is closing in on Beef Sliders, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Gina Jones and Kickass Lady X3 are battling it out for second place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up one spot to take ninth. Hingle McCringleberry and Unclearly Gaming are in a tight fight for 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to second place. Scott Dixon and Kickass Lady X3 are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 7. Rose Goldamin just overtook Amy for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are still neck and neck for 6th. Shikomaru is climbing up to 10th, making a nice move. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Amy and Rosegold Gaming are nose to nose for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Amy is closing in on Kickass Lady X3 for 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to 6th, and is now battling for 5th with Amy. The race is heating up at the front. Amy is now in 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 5th. Unclearly Gaming and Rosegal Gaming are nose to nose for 7th. Congratulations to Beef Sliders on their victory. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top at Chicago Street Circuit. Well done. Wow, Beef Sliders just took the victory. Congrats, you raced like a champ. Well done on that win. And great news for the drivers. Maya, you won the bet race, so you get to claim that sleek 2011 Lexus LFA. That's a pretty sweet ride to add to the garage. Hingle McCringleberry, you're the overtaking king today. With the most moves on the track, you can now claim a 2020 Hennessy Venom F5. That's some serious speed right there. Thanks to everyone for racing today. Can't wait to see what happens next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Alton Park Fosters is known for its challenging turns and elevation changes. So a car that can stick to the road and maneuver quickly through tight corners will have a big advantage. Speed in a straight line is nice, but the real game here is being able to navigate those twists and turns effortlessly. Wow! This is quite the vintage showdown. The Porsche 936 is a classic, and probably has better handling for the twists and turns of Alton Park. The Ozella PA9, while charming in its own right, might struggle a bit with the sharp corners and tight sections. I'd lean towards Baobab in the Porsche winning here. But hey, stranger things have happened in these AI races. Let's see if the nostalgia can outdo the raw performance. Alright everyone, the race is off at Alton Park Foster's, and leading the pack is Dude Smokey A. Blunt in a 1972 Lola T280. Looks like someone's bringing some vintage vibes to the front. Dude Smokey A. Blunt has shot off the line to take the lead. Queen Monda is holding strong in second place. Hingle Nick Kringleberry is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Kuifo is now seventh, inching closer to the top. Scott Dixon and Kuifo are nose to tail fighting for that same spot. Gina Jones and I are locked in a close duel for 11th. Hingle Me Kringleberry and Queen Monda are neck and neck for second place. Scott Dixon and Kuifo are locked in a close fight for 7th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th, making moves. Sylvie just overtook someone to take 8th place. Sylvie and Kuifo are nose to nose for 7th. Keruvanin is climbing up to 15th. Schmerzen Live and Scorched Log are neck and neck for the 16th spot. Orange Funk is climbing up 1 place to 18th. Indigo Payday is also moving up 1 spot to 22nd. Indigo Payday and Simple Markers are locked in a close fight for 21st. Bao Bai, Biolab and Hingle Kringleberry are nose to tail for 3rd place. Hippie Langstrom and Bao Bai Biolab are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Kuifo and New for Life are battling it out for 6th. Bao Bai Biolab is now in 3rd place. Kuifo has climbed to 6th. Sylvie is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap by over a second. Bao Bai Biolab and Queen Manda are nose to tail for 2nd place. Sylvie just sneaked past someone to claim 7th. Hingle McKringleberry and Bao Bai Biolab are neck and neck for 3rd place. New for Life is climbing up to 7th. Scott Dixon is also moving up to 8th. Scott Dixon and Move for Life are neck and neck for 7th place. Gina Jones and Amy are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Delca Dokibre is closing the gap on Sylvie, now just 1 second behind. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Amy is now 8th. And I'm sneaking into 10th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. The Group 6 cars are clearly dominating with the top spots, especially the Lola T280 and Porsche 936s. The vintage Trans Am cars are lagging behind, likely due to less agility on this track. The track favors the nimble and modern Group 6 machines del TE. Scott Dixon is closing in on Kuifo, chipping away at the gap by 2.1 seconds. Sylvie is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the distance by 130 seconds. Schmerzen Living in 1970 AM Chevelin, and is currently in 21st place. Their lap time is over a second slower than the leader, so the race isn't exactly going smoothly. Pingle McCringleberry and Bao Bai Biolep are nose-to-nose for third place. Orange Funk is climbing up one spot to 18th. Indigo Paid and Excepcion are locked in a close fight for 19th. Maya is closing in on Amy for 8th place. Indigo Paid just overtook someone to climb to 19th. Scott Dixon is holding off Amy for 7th place. Maya just gained one spot and is now in 9th. Gina Jones and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 10th. Amy just overtook someone to take 7th place. Maya is gaining on Scott Dixon fast, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th. Wow, dudes Nokia Blunt, you really smoked the competition and took home the victory at Alton Park Fosters. Nice job! Wow! Dudes Nokia Blunt took the win. Huge congratulations to you. Clearly, you're the speed demon of the day. And great job to everyone else who's in the running to claim a car. Maya, with the fastest lap, you're now the proud owner of a 1977 Porsche 936, Group 6. That's quite the ride. Bao Bai Biolab. Winning the bet race means you get the same sweet Porsche. And Amy? You're the queen of overtakes today, earning that same model as well. Looks like everyone's got their eye on some serious classic cars. Stay tuned, everyone. This race just keeps getting more exciting. Sure thing. A fun fact about the combined supercars racing class is that these cars are so powerful and advanced that they often seem to have a mind of their own. They're like the overachievers of the racing world, combining the best of supercar engineering and technology. Watching them race is basically like witnessing a high-speed chess game, where the pieces are ridiculously fast cars. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss out on your chance to see which AI vehicle will dominate the race. Get those choices in before it's too late. Welcome back, Darth Blazer and Waynetra94. Glad to see you both jumping back into the action. Get ready for some high-speed AI car madness. Let's see if those cars can impress you as much as your reappearance. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Waintra 94 with that sleek 2013 Caterham 500, which is built for speed and agility. On the other, Airafae is jumping into a vintage 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi, which is more about raw power and nostalgic charm. If this were a straight sprint, the Caterham might have the edge because of its lightweight design and advanced engineering. But the Barracuda Hemi has that muscle car attitude, so if it gets a good launch, it could surprise us and take the lead. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Caterham for its finesse and modern tech. But don't count out the classic American brute force. It's a race filled with potential for dramatic swings. Stay tuned. Hey, Waintra 94. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back for some AI car racing excitement. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun. And maybe a few surprises along the way. Alright folks, the race is underway at Autosport Speedway. Sovi is on pole in a classic 1995 McLaren F1L Naem. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead, or if the new kids are going to take it away. Sovi has taken an early lead, with King Malcolm Marx right behind in second. Malux FCF is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lazy Towner is also making moves, now in 15th after a similar surge. Maya is gaining ground, now in 2nd place after overtaking 2 cars. Jordan F is on the move, climbing 8 places in no time. Tranquility is also making a charge, overtaking 5 cars to settle in the 16th spot. Lotsa Crespi is having a rough time, dropping back 13 positions to 21st. Lotsa Crespi is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 18th place. Maya and Sovi are still locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Gina Jones is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones and Amy are battling for the 4th spot now. Maya just snatched the lead from the 2nd place. Gina Jones is now in 4th, closing in. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 6th. Things are heating up. Ingo McCringleberry is really eyeing Amy now, closing in by over a 1.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 8th place, leaving some behind. Waintra 94 is also making moves, now in 9th, inching closer to the top. Gina Jones is making a move up to 2nd place. Amy is climbing to 4th. Ingo McCringleberry is chipping away at Pat Swords, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Waintra 94 is closing in on Cheryl Mitsurosis, cutting the gap by over a second. King Malcolm Merckx is climbing up to 15th place. Lord Zekritsby and King Malcolm Marx are locked in a close fight for that 15th spot. Amy just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Airafae is chopping down Lord Zekritsby's lead, now just 3.9 seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Potts Orts and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Lazy Towner is closing in on Wayne Train 94, cutting the gap by a second and a half. They're battling for a 10th place now. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Potts Orts is now in 5th. Bao by Biolep has moved up to 6th. Looks like everyone's eager to move forward today. Bao by Biolab and Potts Orts are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Trendy Live just gained 1 spot to sit in 18th. New for Life also moved up 1 to 19th. Bao by Biolap just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Hippie Langstrom is also climbing up to 6th. Looks like they're both on the move. King Malcolmerx is driving a vintage Bizzarini 5300 GT Strata. They started in 2nd place and are currently in 16th, with a lap time of over a minute and a half. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the modern cars. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. They are neck and neck for 3rd place. Lazy Towner and Cheryl Mizerosis are also battling hard for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry just climbed to 3rd place. Looks like he's got some serious momentum. Amy and Hingle are nose to nose for 3rd. Jordan F is sneaking into the top 12, inching closer. Wow, Maya, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win! Wow, congratulations to Maya for taking the win. You totally dominated out there. Well done. And a huge shout out to Gina Jones for setting the fastest lap. That means you can claim the sleek 2018 McLaren Senna. Lucky you. Wayne Trinity 4, you won the bet race, so you're now the proud owner of the 2013 Caterham R500. Not too shabby. Great racing, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens in the next round. Sure thing. Did you know that Anoduhin is known for its unpredictable weather conditions? One moment it can be bright and sunny, and the next it might start pouring rain. It's like the track has a mind of its own, making the race even more exciting. Alright everyone, time's about to run out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to join the fun. Don't miss out on the chaos and excitement coming up in this race. Ooh, this is quite the classic car showdown. The Jaguar XJ220S is a beauty and definitely a contender with its wedge-shaped design and turbocharged V6. But if we're talking about raw speed and racing pedigree, the McLaren F1LM just might have the edge. That car was built for racing with a powerful V12 and a lightweight chassis. Considering the track at Anodurin and the fact that the McLaren was essentially a racing version, I'd lean towards Neotexum grabbing the win. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, Retro Supercars taking the lead with Shoebox TV on pole in a 1985 Lamborghini Countach LP 5000 QV. Buckle up, this is about to get interesting. Shoebox TV has taken an early lead. Wayne 94 is right behind in second, and Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Maya is on a roll, passing 3 cars in a flash to grab second place. Wayne 94 is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to lead the race. Gina Jones and Shoebox TV are nose to nose, battling hard for 4th place. Scott Dixon is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Gina Jones is inching closer to the top 4. Amy is dropping back, not her best day. Wayne 94 is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrom after overtaking a few cars. They're now battling for 2nd place. Maya is holding steady in 8th. Probably wishing she had that kind of speed. Wayne 94 and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 2nd place. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Neotexum and Shoebox TV are battling it out for 7th. Wayne 94 is now in the lead, holding the 1st place. I am climbing up to 2nd place, closing the gap. Gina Jones is making a move to 4th. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrup are nose to nose for third place. It's getting intense. Scott Dixon is slicing through the field, now in 7th place. Pippi Langstrup is having a rough patch, dropping 12 spots to 15. Gina Jones is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Maya is currently in 2nd place with the 1989 Ferrari F40 LM. The car is known for its speed and agility, but it's still chasing the leader. Looks like a solid run so far. Neo Texum is driving a 1995 McLaren F1 LM and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Honey 3 is driving a Jaguar XJ220S from 1993. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wayne Train 94 is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless he makes a mistake. Sophie is driving a 1987 Porsche 959, which is known for its advanced all-wheel drive and turbocharged engine. Their race seems to be a bit of a mystery with a time listed as 99.99. So it looks like they might be having some technical issues or just not set a valid lap time yet. Gina Jones is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1 second. Amy is making a move on Liam, closing the distance by over 3 seconds. Things are heating up in the midfield. Amy is currently in the last place with her McLaren F1L, which is known for its speed but seems to be having a rough race today. Congratulations to Wayne Train 94 on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Wayne Train 94 taking the win and the fastest lap. That's quite the combo. Congrats on dominating the race and claiming that sleek Porsche 911 GT1. Well deserved. And a shout out to Scott Dixon for the most overtakes. That's no small feat. You can now add that legendary 1995 McLaren F1 LM to your collection. Looks like we've got some serious contenders here. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Buxton Rumbler looks like a twisty technical course where being able to navigate tight corners and maintain control at high speeds is crucial. A car with sharp responsiveness and good grip would really shine here. Power is less important than finesse and precision because you'll want to smoothly carve through those corners without losing traction or precious seconds. Alright, we've got Silent Fox 213 in a 1968 Crossel 15F and Squat Bender in a 1968 Lotus 70. Both classic cars, but the Crossel is known for its balance and agility, especially on twisty tracks. The Lotus, on the other hand, has a reputation for its lightweight build and quick handling. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Lotus pulls a surprise here. But I lean towards the Crossel having the edge on Buxton Rumbler. It's going to be a close one though. Who are you guys betting on? Hey, Rafael, welcome back. Glad you could swing by again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI race action. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Buxton Rumbler track, and leading the pack is the Hyper 7 in pole position. He's driving a classic 1968 McKee Mark 12, so get ready for some vintage action mixed with modern AI chaos. Sophie has taken an early lead. Hyper 7 is right behind in second, and Amy is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. The Hyper 7 just snatched the top spot from the Hyper 7 is now in first place. Sophie and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail fighting for the lead. Amy and Sophie are also locked in a close duel for second place. And Rue for Life is on a roll, climbing 4 places to second. Epic Sugar is making a statement, overtaking 7 cars to grab 4th. Rowdy Zarolf is also on the move, passing 4 cars to sit in 5th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 7th place. Pippi Langstrump is storming past 9 cars to sit in 8th. Zade Morjijames is climbing up 3 spots to 12th. The race is heating up. Epic Sugar is on a roll, now leading the race. Zade Morjijames is making a strong push, climbing to 7th. Silent Fox 213 is also gaining ground, now in 9th. The race is heating up. Silent Fox 213 is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Pippi Langstrump is making a strong push, now in 13th. Rowdy Zarolf is sneaking into 3rd, inching closer to the leaders. Pippi Langstrump just made a nice move to take 10th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing fast on the Hyper 7, the gap shrinking by 13 seconds. Rowdy Zarolf is creeping up on Sophie, closing the distance by a little over a second. Sophie is closing in on Epic Sugar, cutting the gap by 15-30 seconds. Silent Fox 213 just overtook 3 cars, and is now in 8th place. The Hyper 7 is also on the move, passing 3 cars to sit in 13th. Squat Bender is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. The Hyper 7 is making a charge up to 9th. Ingo McCringleberry is sneaking into 14th. Things are heating up. Pippi Langstrump is making a bold move, climbing 3 places to take 10th. Silent Fox 113 is inching forward to 5th. Gina Jones is also on the rise, moving up 2 spots to 6th. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the Lotus 70s and Surtees TS5s, but the longer laps are causing some chaos for the slower cars. Pippi Langstrup is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Zademojijamis is closing in on the Hyper 7 fast, cutting the gap by 16.2 seconds. Gina Jones just moved up 1 spot to 5th. Squat Bender is closing in on Epic Sugar fast, just 9.8 seconds behind now. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place, making a nice jump. And Amy is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 12. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Rowdy Zerolf, chipping away at the lead by 18.6 seconds. Sailing Fox 213 just climbed 1 spot to 5th. And Maya is making moves, climbing 1 spot to 12th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langstrup is climbing steadily, now in 6th place. Hingle May Kringleberry is making a move, up 1 spot to 14th. Zademoji Jamis is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 9th place. Hingle May Kringleberry is closing in on Amy fast, chopping the gap by 5.5 seconds. Squat Bender is climbing up to 2nd, leaving the rest behind. Silent Fox 213 is holding a comfortable lead, but Squat Bender is closing in fast from behind. It's a tight battle for 2nd place now. Move for Life is currently in 8th place with a 1968 Crossel 15F. Their fastest lap is surprisingly quick at 17.18 seconds, but they seem to be struggling with consistency. Shattered Pixel is driving a 1969 Legrand Mach 11. Their race looks pretty much over with a non-finish time showing they are way behind and not making any progress. Wow, Sophie, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Sophie really pulled off the win. Big congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving. And New for Life, nice job snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1968 Crossel 15F, a classic and a real beauty. Looks like we've got some well-deserved winners today. Alright, here's a fun fact about the 1990s slow cars racing class. Even though these cars might not have been speed demons, they had a charm all their own. Back then, the racing was more about perseverance and clever driving than outright speed. It was kind of like watching a bunch of turtles in a race, except the turtles had turbocharged dreams. Though, sometimes the slowest cars ended up winning because they played the long game better than the speedy rockets. Classic underdog story, right? Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make it happen. Don't miss out on your chance to influence the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow. This is a blast from the past kind of race. The 1995 Honda Integra Type R is definitely a legend in the world of tuned-up front-wheel drives, known for its agile handling and youthful spirit. On the other hand, the 1988 Nissan Silvius 13 has that classic drift vibe, with its rear-wheel drive layout and a lot of character. Given the Bathurst track, which is all about the twisty mountain roads and high-speed straights, I'd say the Honda's nimbleness might give it a slight edge in the tight corners. But don't count out the Nissan, especially if it gets a good slide going, because Bathurst can throw some surprises. If I had to bet, I'd say the Honda Integra might just squeeze out a victory, thanks to its more modern balance and handling. But watch out for those vintage Nissan sneaky moves on the long straights. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bathurst with the 1990s Slow Cars class. Leading the pack from the pole is Dr. Monkey 13 driving a 1995 Honda Integra Type R. Let's see if that old school Honda can hold up against the competition. Kyosify has shot off the line into the lead. Dr. Monkey 13 is holding strong in second place. Stabby Gale Killams is hanging on in third, but looks like they're already under pressure. Wild Cavanona is on the move, climbing up to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jeboogie is also making progress, gaining 3 positions to reach 23. Stabby Killens and Dr. Monkey 13 are locked in a close fight for second place. Stabby Killens just overtook someone to take second place. Maya is climbing up to 6th. Steve Jumper is now in 7th after that move. Dur Rogue and Wayne Trent 94 are neck and neck for 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot to move into the 20th position. Wild Cavanona and Hingle Me Kringleberry are fighting hard for the 19th spot. Iconic Odd is gaining on Favenzero Guy by a full second. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to take 18th. Unknown Tactics and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 18th place. Maya just overtook Scott Dixon and now sits in 5th place. The race is heating up with Maya and Scott Dixon battling for that position. Meanwhile, Fivenzero Guy is climbing up to 10th place. Maya is closing in on T-Bone, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 and Plebis 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Shalesy just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. T-Bone is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya is narrowing the gap to Dr. Monkey 13 by a little over a second. Wayne Trinity 4 is making a move to 8th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Dorog is hot on his heels, grabbing 7th. Maya just snuck into 4th, making some moves. Steve Jumper just overtook 6 cars to jump into 6th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing steadily into 5th. Scott Dixon is making a move, gaining 2 spots to sit 7th. Looks like Steve Jumper and Scott Dixon are about to have a little showdown for 6th. Maya is closing in on T-Bone, reducing the gap by 1.33 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is moving up the ranks 1 spot to take 7th place. Blackbeard is moving up the ranks 2 spots to take 13th place. Fivenzero Guy just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Amy is also climbing up to 15th. Gina Jones and Amy are still neck and neck for 15th. Asuroni is gaining on Blackbeard, closing the gap by 1 second. Unknown Tactics has moved up 1 spot to 19th place. The battle for 18th place between Unknown Tactics and Shalesy is getting intense. Fivenzero Guy just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Doa Rogue and Fivenzero Guy are still neck and neck for 9th. Amy and Asuroni are locked in a close fight for 14th. Fivenzero Guy is now in 8th place. Amy has climbed to 14th. Shalesy is now in 17th. Steve Jumper is climbing up to 5th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose-to-nose for 6th. Doa Rogue is inching into the top 10 at 9th. Doa Rogue and Fivenzero Guy are battling for 8th. Well, look at Kaiosify stealing the spotlight at Bathurst. Congratulations on the win. I guess the race was just waiting for you to take the crown. Wow, Kaiosify really brought their A game today. Big congratulations on winning the race, way to dominate the track. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability since Akutama has lots of sharp turns and elevation changes. A car that can stay glued to the road and handle twists and turns effortlessly will have a big advantage here. Top speed is less critical because the track isn't all about long straightaways. Instead, agility and stability through those tight corners will make or break the race. So, a well-balanced car with good suspension and precise steering feels like the way to go for this particular track. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before we dive into the race. Don't let your favorite car get left behind. Alright, so we've got Sylvie in a 2006 Panos Esperanza GT4 and Gina Jones in an 8 KTM Crossbow GT4. Both are quite interesting choices, but the Panos has a bit more white and a classic charm. It's like bringing a sledgehammer to a pillow fight. The KTM Expo, on the other hand, is a lightweight, agile machine that's probably ready to dance through those corners like on a speed date. Given the cars and the specs, I'd say Gina might have the edge in agility and quick acceleration. Sylvie's car has some pedigree and power, but it might be a little less nimble around tight turns. So, my gut says Gina could take this one, especially if she keeps her cool and leverages her car's agility. But hey, anything can happen when AI is involved. Maybe Sylvie's car will surprise us with some vintage muscle. Alright folks, the race is underway at Okutama and we've got New for Life on pole in a classic 2015 Nissan 370Z Nissan Moji T4. Let's see if that speed can hold off the pack. Bao by Biolab has shot off the line and taken the lead. New for Life is holding strong in second place. Pippi Langstrom is hanging on in third. Looks like a close battle already. Sylvie is now in third place, closing in on the leaders. Ingo Nekringleberry has gained 2 spots, moving into 5th. Amy has moved up 1 position to 8th, and the battle between Amy and me for 7th is getting intense, with both of us fighting for every inch. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into 6th place. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th. Kickass Lady X3 and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 9th. Gina Jones is trying to hold off Scott Dixon for 8th place. Amy just moved into 7th. Scott Dixon is also climbing up, now in 8th. Gina and Scott are nose to tail. Looks like a good fight for that spot. Their Gamingate is just ahead of Kickass Lady X3 by a car length. They're battling hard for 10th place. Kyroscope and Exley are nose to tail for 13th position, with only a hair separating them. The GT4 cars are holding a tight battle with some variety in speed and handling. but the KTM Expos seem to be struggling to break away. The track's tight corners probably favor nimble cars, keeping the top positions close. Red Panda Manatee 4 is driving a Peugeot 407 from 2007. Looks like they're stuck in the back with no overtake so far, probably just enjoying the scenery. Maya is closing in on Amy for 5th place. Hinglebell McCringleberry is right behind, ready to pounce. Kick-Ass Lady X3 and Gina Jones are still neck and neck for 9th. Kyroscope just overtook one car and is now in 13th, climbing steadily. Hinglebell McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is now 9th. Kyroscope and Official Class Alive are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Bao by Beolab is leading in a 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup Dachta. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably, probably enjoying a smooth ride with no overtakes yet. Amy is in 9th place with the same KTM Crossbow GT4 as most of the field. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Kyroscope just moved up one spot to 12th place. Official Classy Live is right behind, so expect a close fight for that 12th position. Alexei X2AX is driving a 2008 Volvo S60. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be holding steady without any major moves. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a 2008 Lada Priora. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery at this point. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is closing in on the top 10. Aisley and Official Class Alive are still neck and neck for 13th. Looks like a good fight. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing one spot. Scott Dixon has also gained one spot, moving into 8th. Kyroscope is closing the gap on Gina Jones, cutting it down by over a second. Bao by Beolab is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. The tight corners at Okutama are favoring the GT4 cars with better handling, helping the top contenders stay close. The Porsche and KTM Expo are holding their own, but the slower WTCCs are struggling to keep up. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th place. Kick-Ass Lady X3 and Gina Jones are nose to nose for that spot. Aisley is also making moves, now in 12th. Looks like the battle for the middle is heating up. Sophie is holding a slight edge over Gina Jones, but Gina's closing in fast. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Sophie is climbing to 2nd place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is making a move to 16th. Alexei X2AX is sneaking into 17th. Wow. Baobai Biolab just took the top spot. Looks like they're the fastest in the bunch. Well done! Wow, congratulations to Baobai Biolab on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Clearly they've got the skills to dominate the track. Now let's see who can claim these awesome cars. Baobai Biolab, since you set the fastest lap, you get to take home the sleek 2019 Jeanette G55 Super Cup. That's a fantastic prize for cutting through the competition like a hot knife through butter. Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a 28 KTM Crossbow GT4T. Nice work! And Hingle McCringleberry, for making the most overtakes, you also get the same 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. You really kept the action lively out there. Great job, everyone! Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up. So make your choice before they're all locked in. Don't miss your chance to root for the ultimate racing machine. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. Pippi Langström's 1972 Ford Falcon X. A GT. Has that vintage charm, but quite a bit of weight, and maybe a little less horsepower compared to the sleek 1970 Ford Mustang of Chauzin's Coast. The Mustang is probably more nimble and might have a slight edge in handling, especially on a track like Nürburgring. But you never know. Sometimes the underdog, like Pippi's Falcon, can surprise us with a burst of old-school strength. Given the cars and the track, I'd put my money on Chauzin's Coast Mustang to edge out in front, but I'd keep an eye on Pippi's Falcon just in case it pulls a wild move. Alright folks, we are underway at Nürburgring, and leading the pack is Maldoxiev CF in a 1968 Alfa Romeo Carabo. Gotcha. Looks like he's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI behind will have other plans. Maldux VFDF has taken an early lead, with New for Life right behind in second place. Shoebox TV is holding on to third for now, but I wouldn't count out any of these racers just yet. Amy is closing in on the leader. Sylvie is making a move to overtake New for Life for third place. The battle for third is heating up. Amy just snatched the lead, leaving the pack in her dust. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 9th place. Looks like she's got some momentum. Maya and Sylvie are nose to tail for 4th place. Shoebox TV and Prodigy Place 58 are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry just sneaked up one spot to 12th. Maya just overtook Sylvie and is now in 4th place. Sylvie is hanging on just behind. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 11. Shoebox TV is climbing nicely to 5th place. Prodigy Place 58 and Shoebox TV are nose to nose for 5th. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching up to 8th. Sylvie has stormed to the front, overtaking 6 cars to claim the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is right behind, also moving up fast and now in 2nd. Amy and Pippi are nose to tail, fighting for that 2nd spot. Prodigy Place 58 is gaining on me, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are still neck and neck for 2nd place. Chozang's Coast is closing in on Shoebox TV, now just 1 second behind. Chozang's Coast and Shoebox TV are battling for 8th place. Move for Life is charging ahead, now in 1st place. Maya is closing in behind, climbing to 3rd. Prodigy Place 58 is also making moves, now in 4th. The race is heating up. New for Life and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Mr. Rush is closing in on Chozang's Coast, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 10th place, 1 spot gained. Sylvie's Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 is a classic muscle car with a powerful V8 engine. Looks like they're struggling with speed today. Stuck at the back with no lap time recorded. Keruvanen is making a nice climb up to 9th place. New for Life is holding strong at the front in 1st. Maldux CFDF is right behind in 2nd, both making moves. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Keruvanen is now in 8th. I'm catching up to Prodigy Place 58, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Looks like I'll be knocking on their door soon. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Maldux EFCF with a 1.1 second reduction in gap. Mina My Style at 21 has climbed 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is now in 10. Prodigy Place 58 has moved into 11. Maya is gaining on Prodigy Place 58 at a pretty quick pace. Amy is closing in on Manama Styler 21, but still some distance to make up. Scott Dixon is closing in on Chosin's coast, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Pippi Langström is climbing up to 12th place. Sylvie is gaining on me, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Maya is storming through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Manamaistite at 21 is closing in on Keruvinen, chipping away at the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, look at that. Number 5 just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to New for Life for snagging the win. Looks like they drove their way to the top with style. Now for the drivers who are about to claim some shiny new machines, listen up. Zoe, you absolutely crushed the fastest lap and get to take home a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro ZL1. Nice choice for some vintage muscle. And Hingle McCringleberry, you really outdid yourself on overtakes, so you get the 1972 Lamborghini Jurama S Perfect for making some flashy moves on the streets. Great job, everyone! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Tor Poznan reverse circuit, I'd probably go with the 1995 RUF CTR2. It's got that perfect mix of raw power and sharp handling that seems to suit twisty, technical tracks like this. The Jaguar XJ220 might give it a run for its money with its top speed, but I suspect the RUF's agility would give it the edge in tight corners and quick direction changes. The Viper and Lamborghini are tempting, but I think the RUF's precision might just push it ahead in the end. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss out on your chance to choose your favorite. Get those selections in before the timer runs out. Oh, this is a classic showdown between a Lamborghini Diablo and a Dodge Viper. Both are beasts from the mid-90s. But the Lamborghini is known for its more refined handling and smooth power delivery, while the Viper is all about raw, aggressive torque. The Lamborghini might have a slight edge in terms of overall balance and speed around a track like Tor Poznan Reverse, but the Viper's raw power could surprise us if it gets a good start. Honestly, it's close, but I'd lean towards the Lamborghini for that sleek Italian flair and the handling finesse. Still, I wouldn't count out the Viper. It's got that wild American spirit. Let's see who's got the faster reflexes today. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Tor Poznan Reverse, and leading the pack is Kreisgopher in a 1988 De Tomaso Pantera GT5S, a true 90s supercar legend. Let's see if that pole position can hold up. Kreisgopher has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Scott Dixon is right behind in second place, and Crazy Sweetbutt is currently in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Crazy Sweetbutt and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for second place. Imus Gordon just gained one spot and is now in 7th. Usk Sirot and Imus Gordon are also fighting hard for 7th. Exoasis is on a roll, moving up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bao Bai Beolab is climbing fast into 14th after a similar surge. Sovi is also making progress up to 18th, overtaking 3 cars. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 2nd place. Scott Dixon and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to tail for that spot. Axoasis is also making moves, now in 6th. Crazy Sweetbutt is now in 1st place. Tokido Kibri has moved up to 7th. Delija down in 1 and Tokido Kibri are battling closely for 6th. Zolija down in 1 is just ahead of Tokido Kibri in 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Balbai Biolab are fighting for the 14th spot. Ai Rafael and Ixijax are nose to nose for 17. Scott Dixon and Kreisgopher are nose to tail for 2nd place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to 13. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Kreisgopher and Dixon are nose to tail for that spot. Pippi Langstrom is making a move, now in 9th. Thomas Moran just overtook for 3rd place. Thomas Moran and Scott Dixon are wheel to wheel for 2nd. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 8th. Trifinanity 3 is climbing to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 10th. Ixijax has moved up to 15th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Trifinanity 3 are nose to nose for 9th. Nuva Life is advancing to 11th. Naturally Unlucky just snuck into 21st place. Maya and Naturally Unlucky are nose to nose for that spot. Metrixco is climbing up to 23rd. Exoaces and Kryskofa are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Trash Crashton just climbed 1 spot to 23rd. Someone's also sneaking up 1 spot to 27th, but no name yet. Exoaces just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Sovi is also climbing up. Now in 14th and closing the gap on Baobai Biola. Looks like a tight battle for 14th place shaping up. Scott Dixon is closing in on Crazy Sweetbutt, cutting the gap by 6.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 7th place. Inga McCringleberry is moving up to 8th place, making a nice little push. Someone just blitzed past 3 cars to grab the 21st spot. Thomas Moran has inched up 1 place to 2nd. Sovi also moved up 1 spot to 12th. Zolich had Dawn Nina T1 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, and the gap is shrinking fast. They're battling hard for 8th place. Slip and Sleeta Gaming is making moves and has climbed up to 15th. They're locked in a tight fight with Baobai Biolab for 14th. Tokidokibre is gaining on Kreisgaufer, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is hot on Tokidokibre's tail, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Trifanonity 3 is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take the 9th position. Wow, Crazy Sweet but really pulled off a surprise victory. Guess they've got some serious speed up their sleeve. Well done. Wow, Crazy Sweet but really nailed that race. Congratulations on the win, you drove like a superstar. And for those claiming cause, Baobai Biolep, you won the bet race, so you get that sleek 1995 Lamborghini Diablo PT. Nice choice for a retro street car. Ingo McCringleberry, with all those overtakes, you earned yourself a 1995 Ford GT90. That's a pretty sharp ride for all your daring moves. Well done to both. Sure thing. Did you know that the all-random racing car class is like a box of chocolate? You never know what you're going to get. And sometimes you end up with a car that's more suited for a circus act than a race. It keeps things exciting and a little bit chaotic, which I think is the perfect recipe for some unpredictable racing fun. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to pick your favorite car is almost up. Make your choice now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car takes the checkered flag. Well, when you have a Bentley Continental GT3 in the hands of Axton Hits, you're talking about a machine built for speed and handling. It's likely to have the edge on that track, especially with its aerodynamic design and powerful engine. On the other hand, Prodigy Place 58's Subaru Legacy is a solid car and great for traction. But it might struggle to keep up with the Bentley on a race that demands pure speed and agility. So, my bet is on Axton Hits and the Bentley sneaking into the lead. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, and sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is Swell-Placed V, in a classic 1985 Lancia Delta S4. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild one. Swell-Placed V is shot to the front right from the start. New for Life is holding strong in second, while Gaming Tofai Cancer is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spot already. Nyarlathotep 98 is making a move, climbing 3 places to 10. Gaming Tofai Cancer is inching closer to the front, now in second. Prodigy Place 58 is also on the rise, now in ninth. Nyarlathotep 98 is climbing up to 9th place. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up to 15th. Looks like official Classy Live and Pippi are about to have a close fight for 15th. Bao by Biolab advances 1 spot to 5th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Bao by Biolab are locked in a close fight for 5th. Nyarlathotep 98 and its Bumblebee are battling hard for 8th. Beats with Kith is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 17. Bao by Biolab is inching closer to the top 4. The battle for third between Bao by Biolab and More for Life is heating up. Expect some fireworks there. Bao by Biolab is climbing to 3rd place. Prodigy Place 58 is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Scott Dixon is moving up to 14th place. Bao by Biolab is closing in on Gaming Tofai Cancer, the gap shrinking by 1.6 seconds. They are now battling fiercely for 2nd place. Sovi has gained 1 position and is now in 6th. Bao by Biolab is climbing to 2nd place. Sovi is also advancing to 5th. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Sovi are nose to tail for 5th. Bao by Biolab is closing in on Swell-Placed V, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Nyarlathotep 988 is climbing up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrom and Axton Hits are locked in a tight fight for 11th. by Biolab is gaining on swell-placed V, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Nyale Totep 988 has climbed 2 spots to take 4th place. Sylvie and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Nyala Totep 988 is gaining on Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Sylvie is climbing up to 5th place, making a nice move. Beats with Kef is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, shaving off a 1.5 seconds. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is catching up to Bao by Biolab, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Nyala Totep 98 is closing in on Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and Axton Hits are locked in a tight battle for 11th place. Nyala Totep 98 just gained a spot and is now in 3rd place. Axton Hits and Amy are nose-to-nose for 10th. Pippi Langstrom and Axton Hits are locked in a close fight for 11th. Bao by Biolab is gaining on swell-placed Vivi, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Axton Hits is climbing up to 10th place. Prodigy Place 58 is moving into 14th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is now in 14th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Official Class Alive, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Wow. Swell-placed V just took the checkered flag. Looks like they're on a roll. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Swell-placed EV for winning the race. Well done. You really drove that car like you stole it. And a big shout out to Bayo by Biolab for grabbing the fastest lap. Because of that, they can now claim a 2016 Radical RXC Turbo GT3. That's quite the sweet ride. Hope you enjoy it. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Goodwood's corners and winding sections really test how well a car can stick to the road and maneuver through tight turns. While speed is important, being able to navigate those bends smoothly without losing control will make all the difference here. A A car with sharp steering and good balance would be my top pick to conquer this vintage yet challenging circuit. Alright, we've got iconic odd on Lola T9500 and Apex Milkbag in a Reynard 95i. Both are classic race cars from around the same era, but their performance can really depend on the track and conditions. Goodwood's twisty, hilly layout is no joke for older cars, especially those with different setups. The Lola T9500 is known for its agility and balanced handling, which might give it an edge on the tight corners. Meanwhile, the Reynard 95i has a reputation for solid stability and a good power-to-weight ratio. If I had to make a guess, I'd lean slightly towards iconic odd, because the Lola's nimbleness might help navigate the tricky sections better. But honestly, this could go either way depending on how well each driver AI manages tire wear and cornering. Stay tuned. Alright, everyone. Wrestling 567 is taking the lead from pole position in that iconic 1995 Lola T95 Zero Del Door. Let's see if they can hold on to it or if the others will catch up with some AI magic. Pippi Langström is taking an early lead. Senna Zavic is holding strong in second. Wrestling 567 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Iconic Odd is dropping like a stone to 23rd place. Wrestling 567 is climbing steadily to second. Wrestling 567 and Pippi Langström are nose-to-nose for the top spot. Lockjam 7 is climbing up to 4th place. Ingo Nick Kringleberry is now in 11th. Gabitha Minimak and Sadamo Gijamis are nose-to-nose for 12th. Bacon is climbing fast into 7th place. Lisa Shibi is also making moves into 8th. Ingo Nick Kringleberry is inching into 10th. The race is heating up. No for Life has dropped 9 places to 22nd. Lisa Shibi is climbing up to 7th. Hingle Kringleberry has moved into 9th. And Hingle Kringleberry and Bacon are nose-to-nose fighting for 8th. Iconic Odd is closing in on Woo for Life. Fast. Just 9.5 seconds behind now. Ingolna Kringleberry has climbed 1 spot to 8th. Zadamoji Jamis has also moved up 1 spot to 9th. Bacon and Sadamoji Jamis are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Iconic Odd just gained 1 spot and is now on 22nd. Lisa Shibi and Excepcion are nose to tail for 6th place. Bacon just gained a spot and is now in 9th. Zademoji James is climbing up to 9th place. Apex Milkbag and Steve Jumper are nose-to-nose for 14th. Amy and Apex Milkbag are locked in a fierce duel for 15th. New for Life is stuck in 7th place, with a car that's probably just along for the ride since their fastest lap time isn't even recorded. Looks like a race to forget for them. Reko Haru G is driving a Lola T 9500 and currently in 21st place. Their lap time is pretty solid at 1 full 37.9, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're trying to catch up but still have some ground to make up. Excepcion is really having a rough time dropping to 21st. Lisa Shibi is climbing steadily to 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves up to 7. Apex Milkbag and Steve Jumper are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Buckyboard and Amy are swapping paint for 15th. Exception is driving a Lola T9500, which is known for its balance and agility. Their race looks like a struggle, sitting in 8th place with the slowest lap time among the Lola drivers. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Clearly, she's got more than just a wild imagination. She's got speed too. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrom really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race and Pippi showed some serious skills out there. Can't wait to see what she does next time. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility. With all those tight corners and sharp turns around Rio de Janeiro National, a car that can nimble its way through the twists is going to have the advantage. Top speed is important, but if your car can't grip the road and pivot quickly, you'll be left behind in the winding sections. So, a good balance of cornering ability and stability would make a world of difference here. Wow, what a vintage showdown! Both of these cars are absolute legends from the golden era of racing. The 125 is known for its impressive power and agility, especially on straightaways, while the 154 has a reputation for superb handling and stability, even in tricky turns. Considering the track is Rio de Janeiro National, with its mix of sharp curves and long straights, I'd bet that the 125 might take the lead on the straights thanks to its raw power. But in the twisty sections, the 154's handling could give it a slight edge, If I had to guess, I'd lean slightly towards the 125, but this race could be a real nail-biter. It'll come down to who handles the turns better, and who can maximize their car's strengths on that course. Let's see how the vintage battle unfolds. Alright folks, we're kicking off at the Rio de Janeiro National Track with the classic Grand Prix 1930 cars. J.D. Anburn is on pole, driving a stunning 1938 Maserati 8CTF. Looks like they've got the early lead, so let's see if anyone can catch up. J.D. Anburn has shot off the line to take the lead. Pinha 17 is right behind in second place. Frankenbaus is holding strong in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 5th place. Noah for Life is advancing to 11. Gina Jones is moving up to 16. Gina and Queen Manda are nose to nose for 15. Frankenbaus and Vinha 17 are neck and neck for second place. Pippi Langstrom and Sylvia are locked in a fierce fight for 4. Scott Dixon and Steve Jumper are battling hard for 8. New for Life and Tangaducky TTV are nose to nose for 10th place. Bao by Biolab and New View Life are also locked in a close fight for 11. Buyin 18 is climbing up one spot to 13th. No View for Life just moved up one spot to 10th place. Queen Manda and Maya still neck and neck for 14th place. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Amy by a second and a half. They're battling for 16th place now. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. New for Life is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gina Jones is making her way up to 16. Scott Dixon is driving an Auto Union Type D from 1938. He's currently in the 10th place, so he's not exactly leading the pack but still hanging around the middle. Looks like he's trying to make moves but hasn't quite found the right moment yet. Buvina 19 is racing a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C. They're currently in the 13th position, so not quite making waves yet, but holding steady. Frankenbaus is driving a Mercedes-Benz W154, currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The track's tight corners and elevation changes seem to favor the classic Mercedes 125, keeping the top positions tightly packed. Pippi Langstrom is dropping back to 10th place. Sovi is climbing to 4th. Yama Priest is moving up to 5th. Pippi Langstrom is really having a rough time dropping back to 18. Tangaducky TTV is climbing up to 10th place. Bao by Biolab is also making progress, now in 11th. Sovi is closing in on Frankenbaus, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Amy is climbing up one spot to take the 16th place. Ingle Kringleberry and Amy are in a close fight for 16th place. Frankenbelt is inching closer to Vinha 17, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya climbs one spot to 12. Amy and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 15. Queen Monda is charging through the field, now in first place after overtaking 13 cars. JD Anburn is not giving up, staying close in the fight for the top spot. Scott Dixon and M. Stick are locked in a close duel for 7th place. JD Anburn and Queen Monda are nose to tail for the lead. Scott Dixon just sneaked past someone to take 7th place. Scott Dixon is driving an Auto Union Type D, a classic racing car known for its engineering. He's currently in 8th place, and his fastest lap is around 1:56.078. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. JD Anburn is now in first place. Vinha 17 has moved up to 2nd. Frankenbelt is in 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the top. Queen Monda is closing in on Bufina 19, just 13.2 seconds behind now. Yama Priest has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd place. Frankenbelt and Yama Priest are nose to nose fighting for 3rd place. Nestek is climbing to 6th place. Tangodaki TTV is gaining on Steve Jumper, closing the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon and Nestek are nose to nose for 6th place. Tangodaki TTV is chipping away at Steve Jumper's lead, now just 2.7 seconds behind. Sovi is driving a 1938 Maserati 8 CTF, same as the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady in 5th place, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the top guys. Not bad, but could use a little more speed to challenge for higher positions. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th place. Gina Jones is gaining on me, closing the gap by a little over a second. Wow, JD Anburn, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win at Rio de Janeiro National. Wow, JD Anburn really dominated the race. Congratulations on crossing the finish line in first place. That was an impressive performance. And a big shout out to Balbai Biolab for snagging the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154 from the Grand Prix of 1930. Nice job pushing the limits there. Also, hats off to Nuo for Life for the most overtakes. You earned yourself a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 from the same era. Cool. That was some aggressive driving. Great race everyone. This AI car competition never disappoints.